And
I'm here, MOC. I'm here.
We are live, everybody.
Well, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, and we're calling to order the City of Carson Housing Authority, Successor Agency, and the City Council. In accordance with the American Disabilities Act of 1990, if you require a disability-related modification or accommodation to attend or participate in this meeting, including auxiliary aids or services, please call our City Clerk's office at 310-952-1720. The public may address the members of the City Council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council or on any items on the agenda of the City Council during the designated public comment period. Because of the threat of COVID-19, you are urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. Public viewing is available through live streaming on our city website. The meeting will be streamed live over the internet via www.carson.ca.gov or on your YouTube, www.youtube.com/C/City of Carson, California official YouTube page. It's also available on cable TV, Spectrum Channel 35, and AT&T Channel 99. Public comments may be made. You can call in to make a live comment over the phone. Call 1-669-900-6833, meeting ID 310-233-4888 on the date of the meeting. There will be 2 oral communication sessions. One, agendized items. That means items on the agenda, and the other is for non-agendized items. Please refer to your agenda to speak during this session. Email comments can be emailed to cityclerk@carson.ca.gov. Written communications may be placed in the metal drop box located in front of City Hall. Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call, please? Our City Clerk? Is she here?
She's right there, Dr. Bradshaw.
Dr. Bradshaw.
I think she's having problems connecting.
I'm setting someone up, Mayor.
Okay.
She's having problems connecting her audio. It said connecting audio.
While we're waiting for her to connect, we'll go to, is she on?
I am.
Okay, roll call.
My apologies.
No
yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Roll call. Councilmember Rojas.
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Councilmember Deere.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Present.
And Mayor Davis Holmes.
Present.
All are accounted. Thank you.
Thank you. Flag salute by a councilwoman.
Yes. Face the flag. Uh-oh. There we go. Yes, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'm pleased to have our invocation by Pastor Brian Ward, Chapel of Change. Pastor.
Let us pray. Lord God, we pray for this meeting and everyone involved. We pray for your wisdom and your guidance and your leading. And I pray a blessing over everybody in this meeting. And we lift up the entire city of Carson, from the business to the education, every domain, that your blessing be upon it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. We will now have, Madam Clerk, are there any comments on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Very good. Madam City Attorney, report on the closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation to which the city is a party in the matter of Camp Carson LLC versus Carson Reclamation Authority, City of Carson Successor Agency, and Camp Carson LLC versus City of Carson Successor Agency, Second Appellate District, case number B312729. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in two cases. And lastly, the council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 or D3 and E1 or E2 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney. We're going to recess into closed session. We should be back around 6:15. Is that a good time? 6:15.
I hope so, yes.
If not, we'll pick up the items later. Thank you.
We are live, Mayor.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like a report out from our city attorney on closed session items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with legal counsel in the matter of Camp Carson versus Carson Reclamation Authority, City of Carson and Successor Agency, case number 20 STCB 16461, and Camp Carson versus City of Carson Successor Agency and Carson Redevelopment Agency, appellate matter, case number B312729. No reportable action was taken. The council did not consider one of the cases under item number 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1, because there is a significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases. One was not considered, and one was there is no reportable action. The last item the council considered was pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 or D3 and E1 or E2, because there's a significant exposure to litigation in one case and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. To my colleagues and to the public, item number 24, we're going to remove from the agenda. I'm going to set up an ad hoc committee to discuss this, and that ad hoc committee will consist of myself and Mayor Pro Tem Hilton. We will be flushing through this, bringing in some of our partners to discuss it and flush it out, and then come back with a recommendation via the Planning Commission, which will, I guess, at some point in time. But right now, we're going to set up an ad hoc committee. And Councilman.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointment of the 2 of you to the ad hoc committee.
Second.
Do we need to vote on the ad hoc committee? I didn't know, but thank you, Councilman. Okay. So now we're going to go to.
Mayor, did Sunny answer your question?
Sunny.
Sunny might remember she might have had to go to transition real quick because of what happened.
I didn't think we had to, but since you made the motion, we'll vote on it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Sister Mayor normally sets up ad hoc. I'll find out from her. Thank you. Item number 5 is report from Captain Jones of the Carson Sheriff Station. Is he here?
He is, Madam Mayor. He's here, and I have to apologize publicly, as I already apologized to him privately. We failed to tell him that him and Lieutenant Boulder that we were on Zoom. So they were hustling back across the street, so they made it back just in time. So I want to thank him publicly for being agile as well as they are. So thank you, Captain Jones and Lieutenant Boulder. Appreciate it.
No problem. No need to apologize.
You got your exercise in.
I needed the exercise.
That's what you get for being on vacation. That's your punishment.
All right. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I just have a small report today. First of all, we had a DUI checkpoint a couple weeks ago. We had up on the north end, just south of Gardena Boulevard off of Avalon. It was done because, unfortunately, when we looked at some of the traffic collisions that have happened up there, they had tended to be involving those who were impaired of some type of substance, whether it be alcohol or some type of drug or whatever. So we thought that would be a good place to do a DUI checkpoint to keep the streets safe, and as well as to get those and remove those impaired drivers off the street. We end up contacting 372 drivers, and we did make 6 arrests. So that was 6 individuals who possibly could have brought harm or possibly killed someone that we were able to remove off the street before they either harmed themselves or someone else. So it was a good event.
Avalon and what?
It was just south. It's actually San Pedro, the little street that runs into Avalon.
Oh, yes, by Bodacious. JB's Barbecue.
Well, not that San Pedro, but there's a small San Pedro technically that runs into the park up there on the north end.
The Aquatic Center.
Yeah.
The Aquatic Center, that little hill.
So we set it up right there, man. And it was, no major issues. We were just able, like we said, to first of all reach out and communicate with 372 drivers, and we end up arresting 6 individuals.
Great.
We had last week, we had our first back in-person event. We had a coffee with the station up at Norm's restaurant here at the mall. We were happy, first of all, just to be back in person with the folks in our community. We've been having some coffee with the stations that have been Zoom, and they've been very fruitful and good, but it was nothing like doing the in-person one we did here at Norm's. It just felt good to sit down with folks as they were either drinking their coffee, drinking their tea, eating their breakfast. It was just felt real good. The other good thing that we liked about it, and we didn't purposely do it, but it worked out this way, was last week was spring break for many of the children in our community. So there were a lot of families with the children there. So we were also able to just start building a relationship with a lot of the youth in our community at that event. So it was a real good event. Very good job by our community relations team, as well as we had Rayanne from our public safety office here at the city come out. And so we were over just to share some information with the folks to know how they can continue to be in contact with us as well as the city's public safety office. Speaking along with the public safety office, we were able to partner with them. We also had the quarterly block captain meeting last week. That was really good. In addition to talking to our current block captains, we were able to disseminate some information as well as give some tips on trying to recruit and get some more folks involved. We had some good discussions on citizen involvement and ways to continue to partner and work together. We also discussed crime awareness and some crime prevention ideas. So it was a good meeting. We're looking forward to, as they feel more comfortable, possibly going in person on some future events. And obviously a bunch of them inquired about where we stand on possibly having some type of appreciation for them in the summer, if they all feel safe about it, because, you know, as you know, a lot of them are older and they still aren't quite comfortable going around a bunch of folks.
Okay. Could you let me know when you have the next quarterly block captain? I'd like to come over and say hello. I didn't have it on my calendar.
We'll do, ma'am.
Make sure it's on all of our calendars.
We'll do.
That opportunity.
Yep. Next, I'd like to highlight some good work by a couple of our detectives and the way they're working hard to make sure they keep our city safe. We had a suspect in the community who was a convicted sex offender, had a long criminal history for sex trafficking of children. Unfortunately, you know, she didn't have control of her anger. She took her vehicle, ended up assaulting 2 people in our city with her vehicle, trying to run them over. She actually hit one of the individuals, causing some great bodily injury. She then was in the city of Gardena, rammed 2 Gardena PD vehicles, went on a pursuit with them, was later apprehended. And thanks to the good sequencing, being organized, putting all the pieces together, making sure they presented in the proper way, when the cases and all the crimes and violations were presented to the district attorney's office by our Carson Station detectives, that DA was able to file 2 counts of attempted murder, 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of mayhem, and 1 count of dissuading a witness. So that was very good that we were able to successfully work with the district attorney's office to hopefully make sure this individual is not back on the streets causing some mayhem and hurting folks out here. Next, we will be having a national prescription drug take back where folks can come drop off, you know, old prescriptions of Motrin, whatever type of medication, so that you can make sure they don't get abused by the wrong folks or just mistakenly taken by some child or whatever. That's going to be on Saturday, April 30th from 10 to 2. It's going to be there. The collection site is going to be at the Carson Community Center inside the east parking lot. So once again, that's going to be Saturday, April 30th from 10 to 2 in the Carson Community Center parking lot. We're going to be National Prescription Drug Take Back Day. People can drop off old, expired, or whatever drugs or medication that they're not using so that we can make sure we keep them safe and keep them out of the wrong hands.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't have anyone to accept this recognition, we could have our captain to accept it.
Sure. Are you saying we can do it now while he's here so he can fight crime?
As soon as he finishes,
fight crime?
as soon as he finishes with his presentation.
Absolutely.
That's right. Good to free him up.
Yeah.
Lastly, we just want to make it known we recognize that this month is Autism Acceptance Month. And we here at Carson Station, we recognize the importance of accepting those who are somewhere on the autism spectrum. We appreciate their differences. And in that, we want to make sure that we interacted with them correctly. So we've already taken the proactive steps. I think I've explained to you guys in the past where we've brought some training in. We sent our staff to the training so they know the proper way to interact correctly with those who may have either mental health disabilities or have autism, because we want to make sure that we have the patients as well as we're dealing them correctly in the right manner. So we want to just advise all those who are in our autism spectrum in our community that we thank you for being in our community, and we recognize and we appreciate your differences, and we're here to protect you and make sure that you are accepted. That's all I have for my report. I just want to thank you all for supporting the hardworking men and women here at Carson Station. Does anyone have any questions of me?
Hang around. We have a recognition for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible, Kennedy, to put it up on the screen, Kevin?
Looking now, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a copy?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Well, Captain, we want to say you've done a fine job. So we want to recognize in April 30th, 2022 as City of Carson's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. Whereas the National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day aims to provide a safe, convenient, and responsible means of disposing of prescription drugs, while also educating the general public about the potential for abuse of medications. And whereas the drug overdose epidemic in the United States is a clear and present public health, public safety, and national security threat. And whereas provisional data from the CDC, National Center for Health Statistics, indicate that there were an estimated 136 drug overdose in the United States during a 12-month period ending in April 2021, an increase of 28.5% from the 78,056 deaths during the same period of the year before. And whereas over the past 2 decades, the United States have experienced a growing crisis of substance abuse and addiction that is illustrated most strikingly by the rise in death from drug overdose. Since 2000, the annual number of drug overdose deaths has nearly quadrupled from 17,500 to 67,400 in 2018. And whereas opioid addiction is driving the national epidemic, opioids are a class of drugs that include the illicit drug heroin, as well as the illicit prescription pain reliever oxydone, hydroxydone, codeine, morphine, and fentanyl. And whereas the City of Carson Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, scheduled on Saturday, April 30th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., reflects the city's commitment to our citizens' safety and health, encouraging the public to remove unneeded medications from their home and measure of preventing medication misuse, opioid addiction for every starting. I'm going to skip to the bottom. Whereas families, schools, business, faith-based communities, law enforcement, local government departments, medical professionals, senior adults day, healthcare centers, retirement homes, healthcare practitioners, and pharmacists in the City of Carson are encouraged to demonstrate their commitment to substance abuse prevention by supporting the City of Carson's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. Now, therefore, the mayor and the City Council of Carson, California declares April 30th, 2022 as the City of Carson's Prescription Drug Take-Back Day and encourage all citizens to participate in the prescription drug take-back activity and to safely store and dispose their expired medication and on a continual basis. Signed and dated this day, the 5th day of April 22, signed by the City Council and attested by our City Clerk, Dr. Kalia Bradshaw.
Thank you. Captain, we will have that delivered to you tomorrow, and we'll see you on the 30th. Thank you for accepting this on behalf of the city. We appreciate all of your hard work.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for your support. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you. Item number 7 is going to be continued. Item number 8 is proclamation recognize the month of April as Autism Acceptance Month. Councilman Deere? Yes.
Madam Mayor, I know we're continuing item 7. Did you want to incorporate the thank you letter at this time?
You can put that in at 7, then we'll go to 8.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And I'll ask Kevin if you wouldn't mind putting the letter on the screen so those viewers at home can see this letter. Madam Mayor and City Council, this is an appreciation and thank you letter from Local 721 SEIU. The letter reads, to Honorable Mayor and City Council, we would like to thank you for your tremendous love and support towards the City of Carson employees. Since March 2020, the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, numerous employees have been negatively impacted emotionally, economically, and physically. Following below are some of the areas our employees experienced due to impacts of COVID-19 on employees. Some employees were hospitalized for months. Some employees had significant loss of friends and family. Some employees had mental health was affected from rising infection rates. Some employees were restricted from interacting with family and friends, quarantined at home, which was difficult. Some employees were unable to visit their family and friends in the hospital due to the quarantine order. Some employees of school-aged children had to be a full-time teacher as well as a full-time employee. Although these were undoubtedly challenging times, the City of Carson's workforce rose to the occasion to open one of the first COVID-19 testing sites in Los Angeles County, distributed food to the Carson community, and delivered meals to the city's senior citizens. Additionally, we continue to maintain a high level of service of our regular daily duties to the residents, businesses, and city at large. The unanimous approval of premium pay for all employees strongly demonstrates your commitment, dedication, and unwavering support. We are grateful for the city's resilient leadership and wholehearted generosity. Thank you for believing in us, and we will continue to implement the standard of excellence in every aspect of our work. In solidarity, CPSA, SEIU 721 Executive Board, and Carson Chapter General Membership. And that letter, again, from Local 721 SEIU, just to say thank you to you, Madam Mayor, and the City Council.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll all get a copy of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The next item is item number 8, Councilman Deere. Recognizing the month of April as Autism Acceptance Month.
Yeah, thank you. I have the resolution, but I've got to put on my reading glasses.
Uh-oh.
So it says it's very small print. It was emailed to me, and it's a.
You want me to put it on the screen?
Doesn't matter. We don't have to. I have it right. Okay. First of all, I asked an outstanding public school teacher to accept this. I don't know if she's on this or not. Monette Gavino, David, is she on the Zoom meeting?
I do. Yes, I do see Ms. Gavino. She's on.
Okay. So Ms. Gavino is a public school teacher for over 20 years. And she is a specialist in autistic, Down syndrome, and other learning disabilities. It's a specialty that most teachers, and I can say that for sure because I am a teacher myself, most teachers are not equipped or skilled to the level of Monette Gavino in the area of working with children with special needs. So this is a very important day in the city of Carson every year, Autism Awareness event that we have. It's a great event, and I attended it along with my colleagues to show our support as elected officials for this very important occasion. And I asked for Ms. Gavino, Monette Gavino, to accept it because she's a teacher that has received a Teacher of the Year award. She's a teacher that many other teachers go to for help and ask for advice. I'm a middle school and high school teacher myself, and middle school can be challenging. But when you have students with special needs, it really takes extra intelligence and skill. And Monette's one of the most intelligent and accomplished teachers in the entire area. So this reads, whereas autism or autism spectrum disorder refers to a broad range of conditions characterized by challenges with social skills, repetitive behaviors, speech, and nonverbal communication. There is not one autism, but many subtypes. And each person with autism can have unique strengths and challenges. And whereas autism is often accompanied by medical issues such as gastrointestinal disorders, seizures, and sleep disturbances, Autism affects an estimated 1 in 54 children in America. Autism affects each individual differently and at different levels of severity. Some people with autism are severely affected, cannot speak, require constant one-on-one care, and are virtually never able to live independently, while others who have less severe symptoms can communicate and eventually acquire the necessary skills to live on their own. In addition, it's not written on here, but I know as a teacher, some autistic children excel. They're very intelligent, and they have even traits of genius in them and in their abilities. So now it reads, whereas the month of April has widely been known as Autism Awareness Month, in the United States, as a way to empower individuals with autism and their families, today the autism community is calling on everyone to shift their language to match the growing need for acceptance within the community. And whereas on April 2nd, 2022, the 15th annual World Autism Awareness Day is celebrated by the international community, whereby hundreds of thousands of landmark buildings, homes, and communities around the world come together to light it up blue in recognition of people with autism and those who love and support them. And whereas Autism Society of America, along with leading disability organizations across the country, is announcing the formal shifting references from, quote, Autism Awareness Month to Autism Acceptance Month, unquote, to foster acceptance and ignite change to improve support and opportunities in education, employment, accessibility, housing, affordable health care, and a comprehensive long-term service. And whereas, while the autism community continues to spread awareness, hosts educational activities all month and to aim to increase understanding, many individuals and families affected by autism know that autism is often one of the biggest barriers to finding and developing a strong support system and inspire a kinder, more inclusive world that we all are looking for. And whereas autism community advocates across the country have long-standing history of using the term, quote, acceptance, unquote, as a means of more fully integrating those Americans living with autism into our social fabric. Acceptance of autism as a natural condition in the human experience is necessary for real dialogue to occur. And whereas, while there is no cure for autism that we know of yet, it is well documented that if individuals with autism receive treatment early in their lives, it is often possible for those individuals to lead significantly improved lives. And whereas the City of Carson's therapeutic recreation is designed to meet the recreational, social, physical needs of individuals with disabilities, focusing on improving the quality of life of participants through structured programming carried out by trained staff. Whereas the City of Carson's annual Autism Awareness 5K Walk Run is an event of the community coming together for the common goal of promoting autism awareness, education, and acceptance in the hope that it will lead to a better understanding of the disorder. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Autism Acceptance Month, urges residents to become better educated on the subject of autism spectrum disorder, learn about people with autism, their strengths, abilities, and principles, and participate in, I added the word principles, okay, and participate in all activities, programs the City of Carson has to offer. Dated the 5th of April, 2022, and I'd like Ms. Covino to make a comment or two very briefly on the autism work that she's been doing for a number of years for our young people in Carson and other areas.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Carson. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Council Member Jim Deere, for the opportunity to accept this proclamation. Thank you, City of Carson, for annually recognizing April as Autism Acceptance Month. I dedicate this proclamation to all the amazing parents and guardians of children and adults with ASD, or Autism Spectrum Disorder. As a special education teacher, moderate to severe, I handle moderate to severe students. I know the challenges you are facing every day. It's not easy to raise them, and it's not easy to take care of them. This is not an easy job. And to the precious children and adults with ASD and other disabilities, you deserve to be accepted, you deserve to be respected, and you deserve to be loved. Just keep on learning new things every day and everything will be all right. Together, we will stand stronger. Right, Councilwoman Rojas? Thank you and good night. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gavino.
Okay, thank you. Item number 9.
Madam Mayor, if I may, we have item number 6. We inadvertently skipped over with Chief Bennett, and he's waiting. If you'd like to hear from his report.
Okay, yes, Chief, I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. A report from my Assistant Chief Bennett of the Los Angeles County Fire Department.
And it looks like he must have just got kicked off. So we'll push forward, Madam Mayor.
We'll bring it back as soon as he pops in after the I hear from proclamation recognizing the month of April as no, it's the Clean Power Alliance. Yeah.
No, alcohol awareness.
Alcohol awareness. You, Cedric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Item number 9.
Thank you. We do have a representative from Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Patricia Revelio, and wanted to make sure she was on. Is she's on the Zoom?
Yes, I'm on the Zoom.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hi, Prince. How you doing? Recognizing the month of April as Alcohol Awareness Month, whereas alcohol is the most commonly used addictive substance in the United States, and whereas 100,000 persons die each year from alcohol-related causes, drinking and driving crashes, other accidents, falls, fires, alcohol-related homicides, and suicides. And whereas alcohol is a primary factor in the 4 leading causes of death for young persons ages 10 to 21, and whereas 8 out of 10 local Carson teens can get alcohol at home, and whereas 9 out of 10 local Carson teens have access to alcohol while adults are at home, and whereas 6.8% of the violent crimes committed in Carson is related to alcohol, and whereas 7.9% of the loss of life rate in Carson is related to alcohol, and whereas the Carson Social Host Ordinance places legal liability on adults who are found providing alcohol beverages to underage youth in social gatherings. And whereas alcohol is commonly accessed and used by minors below 21 years of age in the South Bay, and whereas youth in the South Bay area identify getting more of their alcohol at parties in private settings, whereas underage drinking is a major issue that negatively affects youth and families in the South Bay area, and whereas the City of Carson recognized beneficial works of the Carson Initiative for Substance Abuse Awareness and Prevention, and the South Bay Communities Creating Change Coalition Against Underage Drinking Prevention, and the Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Now, therefore, the Mayor of City of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim April as Alcohol Awareness Month and encourages all citizens, parents, families, business, schools, churches, and other agencies to support efforts to increase community alcohol abuse awareness and reduce underage drinking, youth access to alcohol, and adults hosting parties with underage drinking. Together, through these efforts, we can provide help and hope for individuals. Together, in efforts that we can provide help for individuals, youth, and families in our community who are facing challenges with alcohol use, abuse, and alcoholism. Dated today, the 5th day of April, 2022, attested by our city clerk and signed by the entire city council. To Patricia, I would like for you to say a few words in regards to the Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Patricia Riera, and I am the California State Executive Director for MAD. So thank you, City of Carson, for this meaningful opportunity to be acknowledged for the work that we do in the drunk and drug driving space. You know, MAD, as the nation's leader dedicated to issues around drunk and drug driving, MAD provides services to victims and families of drunk and drug driving at no cost. We successfully lobby to support stronger drunk driving laws. We deliver underage drinking prevention strategies to thousands of teens. And just listening to the statistics that you just mentioned, I'd actually like to have further conversations with you about how we can become more engaged in the city of Carson. And of course, we are single-handedly responsible for changing the apathetic culture surrounding drinking and driving. Unfortunately, just like you indicated, drunk driving continues to be a leading cause of death and injuries in our communities, in our state, in our country. So we thank you, City of Carson, for this acknowledgement during Alcohol Awareness Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your presence with us this evening.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
That proclamation over the tree, and we can connect and do some things in the city of Carson.
I love that. I really love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, did Captain Bennett, Chief Bennett, is he on?
No, ma'am. We don't believe we'll have him back. He actually got called to emergency. So if we may move on to the next meeting, he'll be prepared then.
Sounds good.
Trying to put out a fire.
The next item is item number 11, update from Clean Power Alliance on billing. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. It looks like we do have a representative from CPA, Miss Dalia Gomez. However, Ms. Gomez, I don't know if there's an adjustment that you can utilize with your Zoom, but you're showing up upside down on our end.
Let me see what I can do about that.
We could all do the same.
If you don't mind. Let's see.
It should be a rotate symbol there.
If you look in your video settings.
Yeah. I was just on a Zoom call earlier and this didn't, which would be a problem, but let's see.
Well, you certainly attracted a lot of attention hanging like that. We're certainly going to listen to everything you say.
Something I picked up during the COVID. I don't know what to do. Let's see. Can you help me?
That's okay. We can turn off your video and you can still want to speak. We can turn off the video.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so how's that? That's okay. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, if I share my screen, would that be an issue?
No, that should be fine.
Okay, can you please let me know when you can see my screen?
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, perfect.
Clear.
Okay, let's do this. I apologize for that that inconvenience. I'm sorry about that. But thank you for having me today. So good evening, Mayor Davis Holmes, City Council, and City staff. My name is Dalia Gomez, and I'm the External Affairs Manager for Clean Power Alliance. And joining me today is Monique Edwards-Greer, who's our Chief Administrative Officer. And we are here to provide an update on a recent billing matter, in addition to a few updates on some of our community programs, in addition to time of use. But first, I'd like to give a brief introduction to Clean Power Alliance. I think most of you do know this, but for the benefit of some of our residents and neighbors who are joining us online, I just want to provide a very brief introduction on Clean Power Alliance. Okay, so Clean Power Alliance, we are a not-for-profit electricity supplier. We offer clean, renewable energy at competitive rates. As you can see from the diagram, Clean Power Alliance sources clean energy from our customers. We put that energy on the power lines, and Southern California Edison delivers the energy to our customers through the electrical wires system. And Southern California Edison sends a joint monthly electricity bill to our customers. And that bill will include charges for the actual electricity that was used during that billing cycle and charges for the delivery of that electricity from Southern California Edison. And it's important to note that Clean Power Alliance is not an added fee on our customers' electricity bills. Our charges for the energy supply simply replace the charges that Southern California Edison would have charged for energy supply had the customers remained in under Southern California Edison. Okay, so we are a joint powers authority, and that consists of 32 public agencies across Los Angeles and Ventura counties, including the city of Carson. We are governed by a board of directors, which includes one elected official from each of our member agency, which basically means that Clean Power Alliance answers to you. We answer to our customers. And I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our board member, Council Member Hilton, as well as Council Member Hitz, who also sits on our legislative committee, and also Riata Kulsar. And we do have 1 million customer accounts, and that represents just over 3 million residents and businesses. And we're the 5th largest electricity supplier in California. Currently, we have about 1/3 of our customers who receive 100% renewable energy. So that makes Clean Power Alliance the energy supplier with the most customers receiving 100% renewable energy than any utility in the entire country. And that is something that we are particularly proud of. Okay, CPA and the city of Carson. Currently, 97% of Carson's residents and businesses are Clean Power Alliance customers. The 97% participation rate has held steady over the years. And most of our customers in Carson are receiving 50% renewable energy, which is pretty consistent with the city's default clean energy rate. And altogether, all of our member agencies and all of our customers, through their commitment to a cleaner energy future, have avoided an estimated over 800,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, which is the equivalent of the benefits of planting and growing over 14 million trees for a period of 10 years, which is pretty impressive. Okay, so now to discuss the recent billing concerns. And just for transparency, I'd like to also state that we did have another billing omission event in December 2021. That event affected 50% of our Clean Power Alliance customers. And that event was caused by a technical error in Southern California Edison's billing system. During that December event, about 6% of our customers in Carson were affected. And unfortunately, we had another billing issue this last month that was caused by a technical issue on our billing system. So this event was or is much smaller than the event in December and only impacted about 2% of our customers. But unfortunately, the city of Carson was disproportionately and randomly impacted. So this event did impact just under 7,000 of our customers in the city of Carson. And what happened is that our billing agent had to implement some necessary software updates. And in the course of that update, some of our customers' electricity supply charges were omitted and not sent to Edison. And if you recall, Clean Power Alliance provides the energy supply and Edison delivers the energy to the customers. So when Southern California sends a joint electricity bill to our customers, it includes charges for the energy supply and charges for the energy delivery from Edison. So in March, when our customers that were impacted received their monthly electricity bill, it only included charges for the delivery, but not for supply. Because the energy charges were omitted, these charges will appear in the bill that they will receive this coming month. So this month, customers that were impacted by these billing omissions will receive a charge for energy supply for the previous month, as well as for charges for the current month, in addition to the Edison delivery charges. And this is a very unfortunate event. And we believe that when events such as this that impact our customers happen, that it's really important to respond in a very transparent and proactive manner. So what we've done so far is We informed our member agencies as soon as we realized that there was another billing omission issue. We provided an email with details about the issue, how it happened, why it happened, in addition to how their jurisdictions were impacted. We've also begun proactive customer communications. So last week, we started to reach out to customers who were impacted. For customers that have bills of $50 or more, we have emailed them or sent them a first-class letter. In the city of Carson, customers who have bills of $50 or more equal to about 1,400. And customers who have bills of $200 or more is just one in the city of Carson, and those customers received a personal phone call from Clean Power Alliance. So the majority of the customers that were impacted in the city of Carson have bills of $50 or less. We are prepared to respond to local media and member agency requests. We are prepared to go to city council meetings, to do community events, whatever our member agencies believe is best to help remedy the situation and get the information out there, and most importantly, to help our customers get through this billing omission. We are prepared to staff our customer service center as well as extend hours so that anytime our customers call, they will be able to talk with somebody. And I've listed the customer support information here. We have the email and the toll-free phone number. And you can always direct any inquiries, questions, or concerns that you receive directly to us so that we can help them through this. We also will be prepared to provide extended payment plans. So any customers who cannot pay their bill during the month, we will work with them to prepare a payment plan that works for them. And very important to know that there will not be any late fees or disconnections associated with these billing errors. And lastly, I just want to express that this is not something that we take lightly. We know that for some of our customers, this is a tremendous problem for them. And we don't take that lightly, especially on the heels of a global pandemic where so many of our customers were impacted, not only physically and emotionally, but also financially. So we are here to work with them to get through this, whatever it takes for them to feel comfortable with this. And I have a few more slides, one on time of use and real quick overview of some of our community events.
I have a question before you get to those community events.
Okay.
I'm concerned about these customers with bills of $200 or more. I would request that the call would first say you have an option to pay this over installment, because if I'm a senior citizen myself, I get a bill for $200 in addition to what my regular bill is going to be. That's panic. And instead of saying we will provide it if they ask, I think that should be the first option. Because you have a bill, we are offering you the option to pay over time for how many installments to catch up, and there will be no disconnects. I would like that to go out in writing. And then you say there's 1,396 customers that has bills of $50 or more. And that should be included in their bill also, because now you're talking about April bill and also March. And a senior citizen that's on a fixed income, they need to know that they have that option first. Because $50 to someone on a fixed income, some of our seniors is like, do I eat or do I pay my bill? Yeah. And I see you said that there's no disconnection associated, but I think because CPA made the error that the first option should be a payment plan extended out to what they can do, and it should be in the letter. And I've said it 100 times. I'm glad you're doing a first class letter. And then you on the $200 more, you're doing the letter, emailing first class letter and a telephone call, right?
There's only one customer in the city of Carson with a bill of $200 or more, and that person will receive a personal phone call.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so the rest of them are $50 up to $199.
The majority are $49 or less.
Okay.
Yeah, and about, under 1,400 are $50 or more.
Yeah, because you have 7,757. I was just adding the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's quite a few. But still, our senior citizens, I would like you to extend that payment plan for them, because it'll be a $50 bill for last month catch up and another $50. So now you're asking them to pay $100.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. And Monique, I don't know if you want to chime in here if you have additional information about that. If not, I can certainly take it back to our team and address this.
Yeah, that's a request, because I know some of our seniors can't afford a $100 bill.
You're right. Yes, you're right.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor Holmes and City Council members. Yes, ma'am. Acknowledged, and your comment is received. That information was absolutely communicated in the letters that we sent out to the customers, as well as in the email. Additionally, any customer that contacts our call center that stresses any kind of impacts financially, our call center reps are authorized to automatically extend a credit of $20 towards those charges. So we will do everything that we can to address any customer that is negatively impacted. I do want to stress the way that this works, or the impact to the customer, is that the bill that they received in March was less than what they would typically pay. And so now the April bill will be slightly higher. We understand the impact. Most customers that are on fixed incomes are also care customers and have lower usage. They would typically fall in the category of customers under the $50, but regardless of the dollar amount of the impact, our call center has already been authorized to issue credits up to $20 without any additional approval necessary.
If they call?
Yes, ma'am, if they call.
Well, I'm saying front end loading, so they won't be stressed. If you're sending out a letter, I would like to let them know, because see, what you're relying on them now to stress at home in silence. And they may have missed this, but my request is that you put it in writing. Your first option is a payment plan. And then if you want to pay it in front, that's fine. And you're also getting a $20 credit, because a lot of people are not going to call because they don't know. I went through this with this odor problem we just had. A lot of people didn't know what we were doing. We had to get out and beat the bushes and let everyone know that this is what is available to you. And so I'm requesting that that CPA be proactive and let them know this is what you can get. Because if someone doesn't ask for the $20 and you got on your customer care line and they don't ask for it, the first thing that person's gonna say, well, they didn't ask for it.
So we do put alerts on every single account that has been impacted. So our call center staff don't even have to wait for the customer to say they were impacted. It is automatically, when they pull up that customer's account, there will automatically be an alert that says this customer was impacted by this billing delay in March. So they don't have to, the customer doesn't have to tell the representative that they were impacted. I do hear your request to proactively send the information to say that the credit is available. The letters have already been mailed and the emails have already been sent out as of last week. Because we try to be extremely proactive and send the notification right away before the customer even saw the bill. We didn't want customers to see the bill, have questions, and then call, and then we were responding. So I can absolutely take your request back to the team and see what options we would have available.
Please, and I guess I wasn't impacted because I didn't get a letter.
So just so you know, Mayor Holmes, it's not all customers that were impacted. And it was just bill delays of a couple of hours, which is significant for us, for one specific day. And the accounts that were impacted are customers that have been transitioned to the time of use rates per the state's initiatives, and those accounts should have bill protection. We are offering bill protection for customers that transition for their first 12 months. So if they find that their bills are higher than what they normally paid, the customer is protected from that. This delay occurred because of a mechanism that is built to ensure that that bill protection exists. So the the work being done was for a good reason. I do understand the impact. It is absolutely important. I hear you. I hear your concern. I assure you we will do everything that we can to make sure that the customers are taken care of.
Okay, could you report back to us on how many of these 7,757 and take it back to your leaders? That's what I'm asking, because when they can't reach you, they're going to call City Hall.
Yes, ma'am. And by all means, if there's customers calling City Hall, please do not hesitate to direct them to CPA or to me personally. I will take those calls.
Read your phone number.
Area code 213. I can give it to you if you like it. 269.
269.
5870. Extension 1003.
1003. And your name again?
My name is
Monique. Dr. Monique
Edwards Greer. I am Chief Administrative Officer.
Okay.
And I can give you my email address if you'd like that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
David, are you writing this down?
M. Edwards.
Yes, ma'am. We got it.
At cleanpoweralliance.org.
Okay. It's always nice to feature a live body when we're in a situation like this. So thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am. I am a live body, and we will do our best to make sure all of our customers are taken care of. We do not take this lightly.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for your time.
Madam,
yes, Councilman.
I'm just glad the CPA responded, because when I got the email and I saw what it was pertaining to, the 7,000 residents in the city of Carson who were being affected by their bills, I knew it was urgent. And I'm glad that we were able to get it on the agenda, that CPA would come on board and at least explain to the residents of Carson what has happened. But I just want to make sure that we don't allow this, and you said this has happened before, so that's, to me, a strike two. Many of the residents have come to me. A lot of them want to opt out, but they are staying in hoping that things will change within the CPA billing process and just the way of doing services, because many people still have concerns about getting these two bills. Either I'm paying Edison or I'm paying CPA. So this is just putting another feather in the cap on the negative side of having CPA in the city. So I just hope that we are able to right this ship to get it where it needs to be in regards to what you guys provide as an organization, energy-wise, clean energy. But to Mayor, thank you for putting us on the agenda. But as you stated, there's funds which I knew was available, and I'm glad you brought it up, that those individuals who may need to get assistance because they're on a fixed income, there are still grant monies available that they're able to access to pay for this bill that's in the rears because of an accident that happened through your billing process. Is that still, that's what you said about the $20 or less, or the $50 or less?
The $20 is not a grant. Just to clarify, council member, the $20 is not a grant. That is money that CPA is putting up to make customers, to assist customers on our own.
On your own, okay.
There have been recent funds allocated and made available through the state, which Dolly is prepared to talk about in her presentation. This is separate from that. So we understand the impact, and I can tell you all day, this is the very first time CPA has been responsible for a billing error. I will also say that I know that to the customer, that doesn't matter. Their bill is their bill. So we have done lots of extensive work in the background, including Edison, to put mechanisms in place to ensure that there are checks and balances so that this does not happen again. The funds we're making available are offered up not by a grant, by CPA, to make sure that we are taking care of our customers and righting our wrong and not causing additional strain and impact to our customers that may already be struggling through this global pandemic.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
You are very welcome.
You can go on with your presentation unless someone else has a question.
Yeah, Madam Mayor,
yes.
I want to thank Dr. Edwards Greer for being so clear and making this information available. It's really, really important. Production of clean energy, transmission of clean energy is really essential to the future of our country, and so you're doing great work there. But the actual customer care and concern that you're showing tonight is very impressive, Doctor. So I just wanted to comment on that. And I know your presentation is not over, so maybe we'll have more information that we'll
Thank you.
Appreciate very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Deere, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. Tonight, I assure you, we will take care of our customers.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Monique, for providing that additional information, and to our mayor and city council members for bringing those issues to the table. It's really important to us. My next slide is going to touch on a topic that Dr. Greer just mentioned, and that's time of use. So Clean Power Alliance came before you in, I think it was October 2021, to inform you that the time of use default rate plan would be implemented as the default rate plan throughout California. So whether you're Edison, Clean Power Alliance, LADWP, it's being implemented as the default rate plan throughout California. And today I'm here to inform you that time of use has now been implemented. In the city of Carson, time of use transitioned in February. And just a quick recap to add to what Monique mentioned about time of use. Time of use, or as you will see it oftentimes, TOU, these are rate plans that we really hope our customers can use to help them save money by lowering their energy use when energy demand is high, which is in the evening from about 4 to 9 p.m. These are peak hours. During off-peak hours at night and in the morning is when energy is cleaner and cheaper. And that's when we have an abundance of renewable energy. And here in California, we have an abundance of solar energy. However, in the evening, when people start to come home, they turn on their TVs, their laptops, their stoves, microwaves, you name it, all the lights start coming on. That creates high energy demand. And it's also the time when the sun starts to go down. So energy becomes dirtier because we have to resort to energy sources from like natural gas, and it also becomes more expensive. And time of use really encourages Californians to adopt much healthier energy usage habits. So the less energy our customers use from 4 to 9 p.m., the more money they can save on their electricity bills. Now, we do understand that our customers' realities can be very unique, and that this model may not work for everyone. So customers can also choose to opt out of the time of use plan at any time. And as Monique mentioned, we are offering bill protection for most of our customers for the first 12 months to give our customers time to learn really how to manage their energy usage. So at the end of the 12 months, we will assess the energy usage during that 12-month period. And if our customer paid more on the TOU plan than they would have paid on the previous rate plan, they will receive a one-time bill credit for the difference. But again, our customers can opt out during that 12-month period or any time thereafter. Okay, regarding our community programs, the first program I'd like to give an update on is PowerShare. And PowerShare really provides income qualified customers in under-resourced communities with 100% renewable energy, and they can also receive 20% off of their monthly electricity bill. This is in addition to programs like CARE and FARA and medical bill discounts. Unfortunately, many of our customers are not aware of this type of benefit. So for example, in the city of Carson, we have over 5,000 eligible customers, but only 237 actually enrolled and taking advantage of this benefit. That's over 40% of energy discounts on every single month of their electricity bill. And we certainly want our customers who qualify to be able to take advantage of this program. So what we're doing is an outreach campaign that is currently underway. We're doing a lot of targeted social media in the city of Carson. So targeting city of Carson zip codes. We are also doing direct mail and emails with CPA and county logos. And we are also going to be at the city's Earth Day event where we'll be promoting this program. We'll have a lot of literature on the program. We'll be able to hopefully sign up some of our customers there and just really create a lot of awareness. The next program is Community Solar. And so with Community Solar, CPA partners with solar developers and local communities to bring clean power to under-resourced communities. So we will build a small-scale solar project in a low-income or disadvantaged community. That project will service immediate residents, and residents who qualify will also be able to receive a 20% discount on their electricity bill. The requests, RFIs are due in just a few months, so in June 2022. So we're doing a lot of outreach to really bring awareness to this program, looking for project sites, project hosts, and definitely project participants. The next program is Power Ready, and Power Ready is basically a resiliency program where Clean Power Alliance member agencies have the opportunity to host a solar-powered battery energy storage system at one of the facilities in the community that is a critical community site or a municipal function in times of outages. And City Hall is a candidate site for the City of Carson. Currently, there is an MOU that is being reviewed, and we anticipate, if all goes well, that the project will begin construction in 2023. Next is our EV charger incentives. This program actually launched today, and it has become a very big success. With this program, it's actually state funded through Cali VIP through the California Energy Commission, and it basically provides rebate incentives for level 2 charging stations throughout LA County. So the state did provide $2.2 million in funding, and Clean Power Alliance provided an additional $1 million for this effort. As I mentioned, the program kicked off today with a lot of success, and any customers or people or organizations who might be eligible include government agencies, government facilities, higher educations, K through 12 schools, local and private businesses, commercial properties, and most importantly, multifamily unit housing.
Are we eligible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
And how many did we get?
There's no limit on how many you can apply for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's rebate incentives of up to $6,000. So the standard incentive is $3,500 per charger, and then you can receive additional $2,500 if you are a multi-unit dwelling and if you are in a disadvantaged community.
Ms. Gomez, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Under bullet number 2, each member agency is eligible to receive backup power for critical facilities. So we have a generator at some of our facilities, including City Hall. How would your system integrate or supplement or complement our emergency power needs, especially if there's a disaster and there's no power through the grid, and we need power at City Hall? How would your nonprofit organization work with the city to create some backup resources?
That's exactly what we're trying to address with this program. So we're trying to identify locations in our member city's jurisdiction. For the city of Carson, we have identified the City Hall as a potential site. And what we will do is we will install a solar-powered battery storage project that will be able to provide electricity should there be a power outage. And since this is solar powered, you will be receiving clean energy. So most generators they create a lot of emissions. So we're trying to eliminate that from being a source of emissions and instead replace it with solar powered battery energy storage systems.
Well, Ms. Gomez, we have a 157-acre project that's a reclaimed landfill called compact landfill. And there's development proposals for that. maybe you can get together with those developers and integrate some solar panels for that development as well. They would save their money, and that's a lot of acreage of solar panels.
I'd like to learn more about that. Yes, definitely.
So maybe through our city staff, you can talk with our city manager and other members of the staff that the city manager designates to discuss that with you, because it's an opportunity we don't want to have lost, and a few years later look back and say, hey, we should have done that. It's always good to have proper planning, and that would be with clean power, I would think.
Thank you for bringing that up. We actually don't have a whole lot of people expressing an interest in the community solar program, and we're looking to get that type of information for us to be able to reach out to community members, community projects that might be able to benefit from this program. So thank you for sharing that.
Mr. David Roberts is our city manager. Maybe you can contact him tomorrow. And Mr. Roberts, is that all right with you?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, so we'll get your contact information, Ms. Gomez, from, I believe, our employee here, Rita. She's on the line, so I think she has your contact info, so we'll be able to connect with you tomorrow. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any other questions about this particular slide?
No, I'm excited about it.
Me too. Thank you. Okay, so next,
I have a question about that. So if we did apply for these programs, would you guys also partner with the unions to put these solar panels in, or EV chargers in?
We are very pro-union. I don't know the specifics about those details, but I can get back to you on that, and I apologize for not giving that information.
I just wanted to ask that question for the sake of the union people who will be watching and probably saying, hey, they're going to build those things and they're not going to. But I know that you guys, as the Clean Power Alliance, I know that we do believe in union work and stuff like that. So I wanted to just kind of put that out there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And one question also, have you contacted our university, Cal State Dominguez Hills?
I don't believe we have, but that's a good lead.
Okay. David Gamboa and our city manager can give you that information. But that's another entity that we'd like to incorporate.
Perfect.
That's a good idea. Ms. Gomez, the terminology that Councilman Hilton is referring to, and I would recommend to you, is called a PLA. It's an acronym, Project Labor Agreement. And so you might want to talk with your staff about the LA Orange County Building Trades working with you to get a PLA on these projects.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, hearing no more questions, I will move on to the next program. And this is a program that Dr. Edwards Greer alluded to. This is the California Arrearage Payment Program. It's a long name, so I'll just call it CAP. And the CAP program provides financial assistance for Californians to basically reduce the past due energy bills or energy bill balances that increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. The program dedicates $1 billion in federal American Rescue funding to address California's energy debts. And $16 million has been approved for CPA customers. And we have identified over 375,000 CPA customers who are eligible for these programs. Now, funds have started to be distributed, and this started taking place in February and March, but the application of funds is still not yet complete. And we know there's a lot of interest in learning how your jurisdictions were able to benefit from this program. So as soon as the application of the funds is complete, we will be able to provide more detailed information as far as how your jurisdiction was able to benefit from the CAP program.
Great.
And then lastly is the Power Response Incentives Program. And this program is currently active, and it basically allows our customers to save up to $200 a year by reducing energy usage during times of high demand. This is open to all Clean Power Alliance customers. And for low-income customers, they may be able to receive a smart thermostat. So this is another program that we're currently advocating for and trying to get information into the communities. And that concludes my presentation. I want to take the time to thank you for having myself and Dr. Edwards-Freer here with you. I thank you for the concerns and the questions that you posed on behalf of your constituents. This is a priority for you, as it is a priority to us. And please, on behalf of myself and Clean Power Alliance and to our customers, please accept my sincere apologies, and please know that we will work with you if this is an impact to you. So please feel free to reach out.
Ms. Gomez, on the
Yes.
$200 a year allows customers to save up to $200 a year. Is there a process, or is it a paperwork they have to fill out, or how is it? Are you still?
It's a simple program, but basically, so if there's a time, especially during the summer, during high energy demand, we will, and this is what the customers apply for. We will, if they have an AC, turn off the AC for a couple of hours while the energy demand goes down. So it's that type of program that really impacts mostly those hot days. I said during the summer, but we're in Southern California, so it's probably throughout the year.
So it's a paper form they have to fill out. Is that what you said?
I don't know if it's an actual paper form or something they can do online. In any case, they can contact our customer service and they will be able to help them directly. Dr. Edwards-Freer, do you have more information about that application process?
Yes, there is a page on our website. The address is located here at the bottom right corner of this slide, where customers can go onto our website to sign up for the program if they are interested.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes, this question just dawned on me, Ms. Gomez. And I think this is a question that you can research and meet with our city manager with the answer. You don't have to answer it now, but does CPA have any solar powered security surveillance cameras for outdoors? Do you have anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, I can assist. We don't sell equipment, so we don't have any type of products or marketplace to sell products such as that. This power response program is designed to reduce energy during peak periods. So associated with that, for customers that may not have a smart thermostat, that is really the only type of equipment that a customer would be eligible for. We don't offer as a whole various different types of equipment or products.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that question.
Okay. Any more questions from my colleagues? If not, I'd like to thank you for this presentation, Ms. Gomez, and I'll be waiting to hear a report back soon.
Thank you so much for having us, and apologies for being upside down.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
The next is Madam City Clerk, oral communications for matters listed on the agenda. Do you have any oral communications?
Mayor, I do see one person in the queue. I'm not sure. They've been there for a while, so I'm assuming they are waiting for this. If Kevin wants to let them in, I can ask if they are waiting for an agendized item. And then that is the only one that I see, and we did receive 2 written communications as well.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, they're not, were they? Oh, they were added. Good evening, caller whose phone number ends in 0748. Are you here to speak on an agendized item? You may need to unmute yourself. Caller ending in 0748. Okay, I can see that they've been added, but they've not yet unmuted themselves. So we may
read the written and go back to him.
Move on. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
I said read the written ones and we'll go back to him.
Okay. The first item that we received was for item 7, which was continued. So I will read the written communication that we received for item number 32. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Dear Carson City Council, knowing how vital this position is, there should be no compromising or settling of anything less than someone who is competent and has established managerial experience along with the required education. Therefore, please consider eliminating the equivalency clause in the amended job classification specification for the Public Safety Services Manager position. With all due respect, the Public Safety Department has been stagnant for decades, including the Code Enforcement Division that has had a long-term supervisor of approximately 20 years to advance the division in all of this time. Although internal promotion is ideal, it would be a disservice to the city and the community if that person is complacent and out of their depth. Now is the time to bring in fresh eyes and someone with new ideas that will progress and elevate the department out of the 1990s and into 2022. There was no name on this. It just says thank you and to Carson City Clerk regarding City Council meeting April 5th, 2022.
That's item number what, 30?
Item number 32, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Is it, correct me if I'm wrong, is it our policy to read anonymous letters?
No. We don't normally.
Just FYI.
My apologies. Thank you, Councilman Deere.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Is the person queued up?
There are now 2 people in there. I think it's the same person. Good evening, caller. Are you here to speak on an agendized item?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you state your name, please, and which agenda item you'd like to speak on? Sir, you've been muted again.
Hi, this is Commissioner Rick Polito. You hear me?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes, and please state what agenda item that you were calling to speak on.
Yeah, I'm speaking on item 7, 24, 34, and 36, briefly.
Your
On
3-minute
7,
timer
I'm
begins
glad
now, sir.
Okay, 7, I just wanted to say thank you to all the staff for a great Cesar Chavez tribute at Dominguez Park on March 25th. Thank you to Councilman Arlene and Councilman Jim Deere and Joanne and Cedric that were there. Specifically, thank you to Bobby Groves and Mike Whitaker and Jose Pino, who did a great job. And we want to thank them. But and I, Polito, you know, we're the founders of Cesar Chavez. Back in 2001, we had a dream and a thought with Dances Narrows at Carson Park, and it finally came to fruition around 2003. And we just want to say thank you to everybody in the community that was there. It was a beautiful program, well done, well orchestrated, and thank you, Jim Deere and Arlene, for presenting us with that plaque. We were very humbled. Also, for the groundbreaking on the 31st, we're so thankful to Jim Deere and Arlene, who showed up and helped us break ground with Manuel Bernal, who's with the Cesar Chavez Foundation. And on March 31st there, we found our location. And it was just a delight to have Sanisa, Polito, and Ruben, and others that were there. Just I know Fred was there, Alonzo, and just a lot of folks that were there to help us break the ground for this vision that Jim started way back from the Sculpture Garden, started back in 2000 years ago. As far as that, I just want to say thank you. We're going to be having a meeting on what we're going to be doing with the committee, so everybody will be invited here at the end of the month of April, so stay tuned. We will get back to you and staff. Regarding the warehouses on number 24, I don't know what the urgency is, but I have questions about that. I know I'm going to bring it up at the Environmental Commission. Everything that we build from now on, especially big warehouses and big projects, they need EIRs, and they're going to need to be CEQA processed, if you will. We do not need more trucks idling out in front of our warehouses, and we have to be very cognizant of what we're doing on that matter. On 34, Public Works, again, we're going to want full comprehensive reports on what's going on with the department, because it's been lax and it's not coming through as clear as we'd like it to. So again, we're going to be hitting on Public Works, Eliza James at the Environmental Commission. I have a ton of questions that I will bring up tomorrow for the City Council and for the community to be knowing. We are watching over you all. We are the environmentalists here of the community, and our commission will have its voice heard. The other thing I want to say about the 36 quickly is building and safety. It's a great department idea by Councilman Arlene, and I know other councilmen and women are backing this. I think it's long overdue to streamline and to get a better process, if you will. Get the consultant if you need,
Mayor,
or just do a study.
That's your 3 minutes.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless you all. Thank you all. Thank you. God bless.
Claire, Mr. City Manager, before we go on 331, we had a groundbreaking ceremony for Cesar Chavez. I knew nothing about it, and it hasn't come before the City Council.
No, Madam Mayor, there was not a city groundbreaking event that I was made aware of, no.
That we were made aware of, and I don't know anything about it, so.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, the Cesar Chavez Committee is a private committee.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was not a city event. There was probably maybe 12 people that were involved.
Okay.
And so it was to get the committee back, and that was specifically for Cesar Chavez, but we would like the other committees like the MLK committee to come back on board.
Yeah, I'm responding to groundbreaking. We located a site that has not come before City Council.
Yeah,
so
and not a city. Not a city event.
Just honoring Cesar Chavez. Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
We have not identified a site, and we have not. This is a private event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any more oral communications?
Madam Mayor, I do see one more caller in the queue. If Kevin would like to let them in. Good evening, caller. I don't see a phone number attached, but if you'd like to unmute yourself and state what agenda item you'd like to speak to, please. Caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah. Are you calling for me?
Hi. I am. If you were here to speak on an agenda item, are you?
I am. It's on 24, item 24.
Okay, please state your name and you will have 3 minutes.
And when am I going to start?
Right now.
Yes, you'll prompt me.
There you go. And starting now.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about item 24, urgency ordinance 22-22038.
We're listening, sir.
Okay. Madam Mayor Davis Holmes, council members, good evening. My name is Lauren Miles, and I am a third-generation property owner in Carson. We control about 5 acres. Regarding urgency ordinance 22-22038, Carson has failed to fully substantiate the legal standard as defined by California Code Section 65858 in order to proceed. Where are the traffic reports, analysis from medical professionals linking all of the risks implied in Carson's filing as being directly attributable to the logistics industry, which includes warehouses and freight? Section 65858 mandates a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, or welfare to the public. This has not been substantiated. Section 65858 also requires a 4/5 vote by council members, whereas Carson's ordinance misstates 2/3 vote as being acceptable. Stakeholders have invested millions of dollars for infrastructure in Carson in the manufacturing zones. Now, when growth is being planned, Carson wants another layer of regulation as being proposed under false urgent circumstances. This is not a partnership strategy. It's frankly a betrayal of trust. Just in the last 60 days, I've personally had to intervene on behalf of a minority-owned business who was ordered out of Carson because they were not code compliant, when in fact they were fully in code compliance. Another incident involved a new Silicon Valley entrepreneur who wished to invest millions of dollars in Carson for the use of electric vehicles that would overnight cut air pollutants here in Carson. The response from Carson was less than lukewarm, and the parting comment was, "What are you going to offer Carson?" They had every legal right to operate their business here in Carson without restriction, yet were given the false impression to the contrary in order to extract a financial concession that was not required. I believe the council should vote no on the urgency ordinance 22-22-038. I believe the council should form a new committee to explore how to partner and leverage the unique stakeholders here to improve the city of Carson and its future. The further regulation will only bring the potential for increased abuse and unproductive activity. My first suggestion is to create a program to encourage the transformation of diesel trucks here in Carson to electric trucks as soon as possible. Be a leader by innovation, not by regulation. Thank you, and be well.
Thank you, Mr. Miles.
You have a great evening.
Thank you. Could you give me a call, please, at City Hall?
I sure will. It'll be my pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Madam Mayor, there are no others.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the February 15, 2022 Council, Successor Agency and Housing Authority regular meeting minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the February 15, 2022 City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority regular meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The next item is approval of the consent calendar items 13 through 33.
I'd like to make a motion. We approve that, but with 24 is already off the agenda for those who are just watching. It's not being approved in this. It's already off the agenda.
Yeah, except item 24. Is there a second?
Second.
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 Would anyone like to pull items?
Item 18.
18, Hicks. Anyone else? I would like to pull items 15 and 16 just for quick conversation, nothing major. And item 30. Okay, move for to approve all items except items 24, 15, 16, and 30, and 18.
15, 16,
Second.
18, 30.
Madam Mayor, there's a motion on the floor already, I believe.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item number 15, I pulled. I just want a brief report. I see there's a lot of highlights on here. I've asked this item to come before us monthly, so we'll have an idea of what projects are going on in the city and what the status of them are. Mr. City Manager, can your staff give just a quick and dirty report? And I'm hoping my colleagues are reading them as we travel through the city, because people ask us often, what's going on in the city. This is a complete, thorough, and concise report on what's going on in our city and the Public Works Department. So, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Yes, we have our Director, Eliza Jane Whitman, here with us to give a brief report on Public Works update here for you as reported.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. We've listed here all the different projects that Public Works currently has ongoing, and the modifications for this particular past month are highlighted in bold. We have numerous street projects that are in various phases from design through construction, and they're indicated. We also have traffic signals that are ongoing, as well as activities.
For the traffic signals.
For the traffic signals?
Where are they located?
It is project number 12, traffic signal improvement projects. And just as an FYI, I actually have a table in the presentation that I'll be giving just on traffic.
Okay.
Traffic signals, yes. But I do appreciate the fact that traffic signals are a big item that is of interest to the citizens as well as to City Council and the Mayor. But it's projects 12 through
how you have these labeled?
12 through 15 traffic signal improvement projects.
Mm-hmm.
Are those the ones you're looking at?
But all of them are highlighted in red, which gives us an update on what has taken place.
Right. So we've been moving forward on numerous traffic signal projects, and we've indicated when they're expected to be complete. Some of them are, though, however, still in design, so they haven't started construction. We have found that some of the poles that are associated with traffic signals have a supply chain issue, so some of the dates actually have been pushed back.
Is that what happened with the Tejada?
That's one of the items, yes.
What about
it hasn't been, completed yet. Oh, thank you, Kevin. This is our table.
Okay. So these are the traffic signals that we have in place. Do we have anything to discuss? Because I get calls all the time about these potholes, and we don't want to give the impression that we're just working in one area. I'd ask for a report to say where we are now with slurry sealing and filling the potholes. Do you have that available?
I do. That's also part of the presentation for item number 34.
Okay, we'll wait till that one. Okay.
Okay.
And then also, at what time are you going to talk about this wonderful award we've received?
Well, I believe in the agenda, it's item number, let me just check. It is item 33.
Okay. All right. So this is just a quick update, and that we wanted to make sure that my colleagues were reading these reports. Staff puts a lot of work into them, and I keep it as a part of my little Bible. I pull it out. So thank you for preparing this for us. But all the items highlighted in the red gives an update on what's happening with these projects.
Yes, and you're correct where since we're going to now start doing more monthly reporting on public works activities, we'll highlight some of the top projects that are of interest.
Okay.
To the city.
Well, I want to thank you very much. Item number 6 is another report that I requested. Mr. City Manager, I know all of our commissions haven't been activated, but I want to thank you for putting this report together. We've been asking that because at first we didn't know what our commissions were doing. I just want an updated report at our council meeting, because they meet once a month. We should know exactly what they're doing. I see they've been quite busy. Is there something you needed to highlight?
Nothing on our end, Madam Mayor, but we're happy to, if any information you need, we'd be happy to report.
I think it's self-explanatory. They've been quite busy, the ones that are active. So I just want to thank you for those. And then item number 18, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted the staff to give a report so that the residents will know about the Neighborhood Pride Program and the processes and how to apply for the funds and the guidelines.
Thank you, Councilman. In regards to item number 18, the consideration of adoption of updated program guidelines for the city's Neighborhood Pride Program. We have our Director of Economic Development, Community Development, Mr. Saeed Nassay. He's on the line here to provide that brief update and report for you as requested.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. The program provides grants and loans to single-family dwellings and also mobile homes in the amount of $20,000 for single families and $15,000 for mobile homes. This is an increase of $5,000 for each residence because of the increase in construction costs. The program is basically for low-income folks. So you have to, the residents have to go through an income qualification process. And twice a year, we open up the application process for the residents. There's an interest list that we establish. We're going to be sending out a notice in the Carson report, in the next Carson report that's going out, I believe, in the beginning of May, which includes a flyer and instructions on how to apply and place themselves on a waiting list. We currently have about 70 to 100 people on the waiting list. When we open up the applications, they go through the application qualification process, and some folks make the qualification, some folks don't. So that makes room for additional folks to get on the interest list. That's pretty much a summary of the program, and our staff is available anytime. Our housing staff, specifically Deborah Scott, runs the program, and residents can call City Hall to talk to Deborah about how to put their name on the waiting list as well.
Thank you. And also some of the things that people can actually request the money to be used for are repairs, roofing, insulation, plumbing repairs, electrical repairs, those type of things that they're eligible to use the funds for?
Yes, anything that's structural repair, roofs, insulation, cabinets, counters, plumbing repairs. We've seen some houses that are in pretty bad shape, and we've helped the residents kind of make their home livable again. Flooring is included. Sometimes we include fencing, windows, doors. So there's a lot of different things that can be used. The money can be used for. And basically, the city has a list of contractors that the homeowners have to work with. They provide bids, and we take the lowest bid, and the homeowners contract directly with the contractors, and we provide the funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let them know they're in their homes because we're in this pandemic. Many of our residents have been at home, and I guess, the usage of your facility at home has been overly used to some degree by everybody being home for the last 2 years. This is a way of, if you meet the income qualifications, you're able to at least come to the city to get some of the funds to help beautify your home. And I'm just glad that we're able to provide this to our residents here in the city of Carson. With that being stated, Madam Mayor, I would like to move staff's recommendation.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Mayor, under discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Under discussion of the motion, I want to agree with all my colleagues on this issue. This is really important because for those of you who might not understand it, we often have situations where individuals in Carson have lived in a neighborhood a number of years. Maybe their spouse passed away, or it run into some financial difficulties or something, and their house goes into disrepair, and it affects the entire neighborhood. So I just want the taxpayers to know that this type of funding for the Neighborhood Private Program is beneficial to everyone in the city of Carson. When your neighbor's house is in disrepair, it doesn't look good for the rest of the street, and it actually increases your property values to not have houses in disrepair. So, and it comes to an aid of a person who really needs that type of aid. So this is a great program we've had for many, many years. It's been funded, and and then out of funding many times back and forth. I'm just really happy that tonight we're looking to refund this program and it's spread it to as many people as possible that really need funds. And that helps our city, makes the city better. So thank you. And having said that, I will encourage a yes on this motion.
Well, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just to ask a question, I did hear, Saeed, you talked about that there is a waiting list. Is there a maximum amount of people that are, how do they control that waiting list? Is there a number or?
Unfortunately, we have to put a limit on the folks that are on the waiting list because we have limited funding. If we had more funding and more staff, we could be busy all the time fixing up folks.
Sure.
Unfortunately, we do have to put a limit on it, just to make sure that the list doesn't get stale. That's why we open it up twice a year to have a fresh list that people that we only put so many people on the waiting list to that we know that we can serve.
Yes.
People may have to wait a year or so sometimes if they're at the bottom of the waiting list, but we'll eventually get to them.
Yes. So then the community needs to know they have to act now as soon as possible.
Exactly. Yeah. We don't want to have a waiting list that people are, down the road, like 5 years from now, they're going to get fixed. That's not fair.
Yes.
That's why we put a limit on it.
Okay.
Very good.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. This is a great program, and I also want to segue into people getting their homes fixed. At one time, the city had, the government had backed a program called the HERO program. And a lot of these people were subject to predatory lending practices. And a lot of people, as I'm walking through the community, are asking, I know that we're bringing this neighborhood pride program back. A lot of people are asking, what are we going to do about the HERO program? So as a segue, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time as we vote on this, we need to bring something back. There has been a class action suit on the HERO program. Some people in Carson are losing their homes because it's coming to the point where this HERO program went towards their taxes, and their taxes are 3 times the amount. Homes that were paid off, and people just got a roof repair because they were in limbo of trying to wait for the neighborhood pride program. I would like for us as a city to research that to see where we can stand with that. But I would love to vote on this item. I know that I just wanted to segue in this because there's some people who had to do alternative things to get their homes fixed. And I'm grateful that the Neighborhood Pride program is back, but we have to figure out how do we combat those people who have been subject to that predatory lending and who are on the verge of losing their homes because of the HERO program and those types of programs.
Mayor Pro Tem, we can put that under a request for a future item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also, Councilman Hicks, I'd like to modify your motion to include items 15 and 16 in your motion to approve staff's recommendation. I was going to approve them all at once, but items 15 and 16 as a friendly amendment to your motion.
I accept.
And the second,
Madam Mayor, I will agree to that as the seconder of the motion as well.
and I read item 30, so I can include that in the motion also, unless somebody want a conversation on it. Item 30. That's okay with me as well to add that as the seconder of the motion if the maker agrees, Councilman Hicks.
I do agree.
So I would like to also comment, Madam Mayor, that just so the taxpayers understand that this Neighborhood Pride program, if you're very low income, you're able to receive a grant. Most people receiving the program will be moderate income, lower to moderate and so forth. Those are loans, and those loans are paid back. They're very attractive loans, of course, to the homeowner, but they are paid back eventually. so the taxpayers do recoup their funds that is given out at the time. Maybe when the house is sold, or they can be paid a loan on their own. But it's a really good program, and I very much have supported it for many, many years, and I continue to support it. So thank you.
The loan program is different from the neighborhood pride, isn't it? Is there a different set of monies?
I think Saeed can explain that. I believe depending, it's income qualified. Is that right, Saeed? Through the city manager, of course.
Yeah, the Neighborhood Pride program has both grants and loans.
Right.
They both, the residents have to qualify, income qualify for both programs. The income levels are not different whether you're getting a grant or a loan. We're reserving the loans for really expensive repairs. Folks that have been in their house for a long time, maybe through a couple of generations, it's in state of disrepair. And some of these homes that we see that they're all fully paid off. And these larger loans up to $50,000 with the city manager's approval are designed for those folks that have a very large need to fix their homes. Again, we've seen homes that are really that nobody should be living in those conditions, and we like to help those folks. And the only way to help them is through loans, because we like to get those monies back eventually, as Councilman Year mentioned, to kind of help more folks. So that's why we don't want to give out just like $50,000 in grants.
No. Is that a separate pool of money or a separate waiting list?
It's the same. It's the same waiting list. It's the same pool of money that comes from the CDBG.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's our entire CDBG budget is about $800,000 a year. So it's not that much money. We do have another pool of money that hopefully the state will release that's related to the $75 real estate transaction fees that state has been collecting. We have a pretty large amount there, but the state is keeping those monies basically until all the city's housing elements are certified by the state.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion and there's a second. All in favor signify by aye to approve items 15, 16, 18, and 30.
Aye.
Aye.
Madam City Clerk, report the vote, please.
Appears to be unanimous.
Okay, that completes our consent calendar. Now we're on item number 33. Mr. City Manager, that is it 33 or 32?
34.
No, we got 30. No, it's 33. 33. Consider an information. 30. 33.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, so I know you all approved the consent items, but item number 33 is a final consent item on your agenda, but that is regarding the update regarding the award that was received by the City of Carson's Public Works Department.
It's on my agenda discussion.
Well, it's already been approved under consent calendar.
Okay, well, can we have a brief discussion on this? Because I have it under discussion. I wanted to congratulate our Public Works Director, so we'll have her do a report, and it's already been approved. We don't have to vote on it again.
Madam Mayor, you have to make a motion to reconsider.
That was my request to okay, let's reconsider the item number 33.
And I'll second your motion to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 33 is consider an informational update on the award received by the City of Carson Public Works Department. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Before you, we have our Director of Public Works, Eliza Jane Whitman, who's going to provide a brief update regarding the award received by the Public Works Department. Eliza Jane?
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to announce, actually, this is an award for the city of Carson. It is the Carriage Crest Park Stormwater Capture Project. It was funded by Caltrans and LA County Department of Public Works, as well as some of the grant money some of the money that the city, received from Measure W, the stormwater program. And it's very exciting. We are the top winners for the state of California with the CWEA organization, which is the California Water Environment Association, which is the California organization for the Water Environment Federation. The Water Environment Federation is over 35,000 members worldwide. So this is quite an honor for us to be receiving the engineering achievement. We did this in collaboration with LA County sanitation districts. The significance of this particular stormwater project is that we capture stormwater in the city of Carson, and it's captured in these tanks below ground, and then it's pumped into the sewers, which then goes to the joint plant, which is in the city of Carson. Folks throughout the nation actually know of this project and know Carson because of this project, because it is one of the first ever to allow stormwater to be put into the sewer, which then goes to the wastewater treatment plant. So this really is for all of us. It's very exciting. There's going to be the award given to the city next week at the state convention. So I'll be sure to make sure everybody sees the award, and it'll be in our case wherever we choose to put it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say congratulations and thank you for your hard work. You said this is the first award?
Yes. Oh, we're just started.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm honored. I'm excited that we Carson Stormwater Project at Carriage Crest Park. That park has been shut down for quite some time, and we need to be recognized for this wonderful project.
Madam Mayor, of course. That's an interesting point. The park seems to be semi-functional at this point. Could we get just a one-sentence answer from our city manager or his staff as to when the park would be fully functional and when we can start the project to expand the park by 3 times the size? Maybe a two-sentence answer.
3.
Or 3.
Is that to me?
To the city manager, and if he asks you, then that's his choice to ask you.
Either Elijah Jane, if you had that answer, or even better yet, our assistant city manager Robert Lennox. Either one, whoever wants to answer that.
Go ahead, Robert.
Good evening, City Council members. Update for Carriage Crest Park, I believe is what you're referring to. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Lennox.
Yeah. So we are actually in the process of looking at the conceptual design. We intended to bring back to you a potential expansion of that conceptual design with updated estimates on the development so that the council can see those and give any additional direction. But we also are trying to move forward on some of the construction drawings after we get those updated estimates. So we would intend to come back to you hopefully in the next 2 meetings so that you can get a little bit more update on that and specifics for the park.
I see, because the residents are asking us, asking me specifically, and I'm sure my colleagues, when that's going to happen. They're excited about the expansion. And I don't know if people are aware of it, but there was a park grant that we missed recently because our consultant didn't pick up on it, and our grant writing consultant. So we need to look into
grant writing consultant.
Yeah, I know. So we had a grant writing consultant in the past. You remember, Madam Mayor, you and I were on the council together. That was very successful for us. I know Gardena recently received, and Gardena's right next to Carson, an $8.5 million grant to improve their parks. We certainly could use a grant like that to finish Carriage Crest Park. Otherwise, even though we got a very generous grant from the state of $6 million through the Assemblyman, we need more money to really do it right. And and I'm sure you agree, don't want this project to just sit without being finished for years, which we've had situations like that in the past when we need to avoid that in the future. So that's a good report, Mr. Roberts, and that's all I have to say about that.
To Mr. Roberts, thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
We've been in conversation about this for a while, but we've already approved how the concept that we wanted and said move forward. So I'm just concerned as to why it has to come back again. We've already selected the Cadillac based upon, and I think it's like $10 million, and we have 6 now.
Madam Mayor, the problem is it's not shovel ready. And we need to get it shovel ready.
Well, we've been saying that for the longest.
Yeah,
okay. Robert Lennox.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, if I could add as well, because there is that variance, that gap in funding, part of the strategy is to speak with some private developers who may be interested in partnering to help bridge the gap. And so if they have interest in helping out, then it would be worthwhile bringing to you an updated concept that includes their interest, but also prioritizes the city's interest so that we could fund the entire project with all the amenities that you had already seen. So that's part of that strategy.
So that's in 2 weeks?
That would be in not the next meeting, but likely the meeting after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We just don't want to sitting around like our councilman said, because I've been on you weekly.
Right.
What's happening with our project?
That's
okay.
Right. And also to the mayor and colleagues, if we get a grant, but it falls a little short of what we need, or we get private funders and it still falls short of what we need, we could take general fund money
Absolutely.
to get that end piece to make sure we do it the right way. That's a suggestion I'd like to make, that we use general fund money if we have to.
I think that was a part of the original motion when we fell short, when we only had 3, is that we were going to use general fund money, Councilman. If memory serves me correctly, we want the project done.
But if that's the case, then why is it not shovel ready? That's a question for staff, not for
staff.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say let them work that out, but we want to see something in 2 weeks, or whatever our assistant city manager said, because it's been sitting a long time, and you, myself, and my other colleagues have been getting questions. It's been far too long, and now it's starting to move forward quickly.
Well, I think, Madam Mayor, the staff, based on our little dialogue right here, they got the message.
Everyone got the message. Okay, yeah. Thank you. And thank you for that report, Eliza Jane, and congratulations again. So this item is a receive and file. The next item on the agenda is consider the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a receive and file. It's on the consent calendar. So I'll make a motion that we approve item number 33.
Okay. Is there a second?
You can second it.
Oh, I like other people to participate.
I'll second it. I was trying to get on mute. I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Thank
you. Item number 4, consider a presentation by the Director of Public Works and Engineering and Maintenance on engineering and maintenance activities. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we have our director, Eliza Jane Whitman, who is on a roll, she'll continue with the update here and provide a brief presentation on this particular item as you requested.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Tonight, I'm very excited to present many of the activities that have been occurring within Public Works, and would like to recognize Veronica Rodriguez, who is our right-of-way maintenance operations superintendent, Gilbert Marquez, our city engineer, and Ariel de la Paz, who's our landscape and building maintenance superintendent. Next slide. So currently Public Works is comprised of engineering. We have just overall in terms of Public Works, we have between 144 and 150 employees. So we have quite a few folks that are working for the city and working for the citizens of Carson. Engineering manages the city's 5-year CIP, Capital Improvement Program. We currently have about 113 projects. For this fiscal year, there's about 67 million with 247 million over 5 years. The main projects that we work on are streets, parks, city-owned facilities, regional projects, resiliency, asset management, land development, and stormwater. In our maintenance group, we have the right-of-way, which most of people know is curb and gutter, sidewalks, potholes, and small street projects. There's also fleet, which maintains all of our vehicles. I believe we have over 120 or so vehicles that the city owns. This includes not just the vehicles that drive around for, say, code enforcement, but also our heavy equipment that we use when we do our maintenance activities and the right-of-way in particular. We also have a warehouse, landscape medians, which we definitely are putting more of a focus on currently, and then all of our building and facility maintenance and repairs. And then finally, we have a solid waste and environmental group comprising of 3 people, and they've been focusing on the organic and solid waste, e-waste and paper shredding, community events, as well as looking at and making sure we're in compliance with our ordinance, contracts, and state requirements. Next slide. So some of our near-term drivers, one of the first things that I think of and kind of keeps me up at night sometimes is, knowing that the Olympics are coming to the city of Carson in only 6 years, and particularly knowing all the work that it takes to put in a infrastructure project. 6 years just seems like a snap of fingers. So one of the things that we have been focused on is working with South Bay COG. They recently mentioned to us in their transportation section that in October there's a large grant, and it is specifically for those who need transportation needs for the Olympics and for the streets in Carson. So we are going to be working really hard on that and getting ready for October. The other near-term driver includes bike lanes. That's meaning that we have been focused on removing share lanes, wanting to make sure that we reevaluate some of the lanes where we do have sharrows. So that is something that we will be bringing back to you in the near future. We also have been looking at details and engineering designs for green streets and stormwater compliance. We recognize all of the street work that we're doing should be incorporating green street components. So we have been focused on how to do that in a cost-effective manner. Just as we were talking about shovel-ready designs, we definitely want to make sure that we're focused on that. We do know that we need to be shovel-ready for federal, state, and local grants. And then also service requests. We're looking at how we could have, as one person mentioned, kind of like a flex team, where they know that they are the team or the crew that is, if there's an emergency or an unexpected item, that they're the ones that are on call to do that kind of work. And then also wanting to become resilient, sustainable, business-friendly, and a livable city. And then finally, optimizing all the new equipment that the City Council and Mayor have been, we're really appreciative of all the support that we've received. I've heard from our maintenance crews that they're now able to go up to 3 times faster in the work that they're doing, maintenance work that they're doing, just because of the new equipment. So that's really phenomenal, and we really appreciate that support. Next slide. So I wanted to give kind of a perspective of the service requests that Public Works takes care of, and this is just the Public Works group. And if you look in the third column, it's the number of requests that we completed in fiscal year 2021. It's over 3,500, and we broke it down in terms of the types of things that were done. And then in addition, we took a look at the data from January through March of just this fiscal year. And just in 3 months, we took care of over 813 service requests. And these are the ones where citizens call in, there's something that needs to be done, a pothole or a tree limb, or whatever the item is, a graffiti, and our team jumps and gets things done. Next slide. And this is just a graphic to illustrate where those service requests are throughout the city. You can see they're distributed everywhere. So service requests really are everywhere throughout the city. Next slide. So I wanted to give a little bit of perspective on the street efforts. If you look on the far left column, the pavement treatment, if you look at slurry seal and grind and overlay, and this is primarily from what engineering department has done, and not necessarily including everything that maintenance has done as well, which at some point we'll get the data from that. But in 2016 to 2020, we did about 26.4 miles, and for grind and overlay, about 4.5. Currently, as we are, in fiscal year 21-22, we have 4.2 miles of slurry seal ongoing, as well as 4.2 miles of grind and overlay. Now, for next year, using the ARPA funds of $3.5 million, we expect to be able to do 14.22 miles of slurry seal, and independent of ARPA funds, we plan on doing 13 miles of grind and overlay. Next slide. This is an illustration of where all of this work is going to go. And you can see in several instances, we do have our in-house maintenance activities, the green, light green, kind of bright green, and red, that's indicated where those facilities and the work is going to be done. So there's work throughout the city that's going to be happening. And we're really excited to be improving the streets throughout. Next slide. We're also, this is a different graphic we had made because slurry seal is so specific and usually is done in residential areas. So this does not include the ARPA funds. This only includes the funds that we originally had. But once we're able to tap into the 3.5 million, we know our focus is going to be on residential, where we're going to do a joint effort between our maintenance crews as well as our engineering crews. Maintenance crews will do the crack sealing, and then we'll come right behind with engineering and do the slurry seal. So it'll be a combined effort within Public Works. Next slide.
Eliza Jane,
yes,
do we have contractors coming in to do this slurry sealing?
They do. Yes.
How many do we have?
Well, we will be piggybacking off of the City of LA's slurry seal contract, which gives us really good prices. And so with our purchasing ordinance, we're able to do that since it's the very same type of work that they do. But we haven't gone out to bid yet. It's we'll have to do that before we actually.
Well, when do we plan on? Because I'm still getting complaints about the slurry sealing in the potholes. Is there when are we going out to bid?
I got a call today about someone saying their street has never been slurry sealed in the 30 years that they've been here, and it's I'll give you that address offline, but they said that it's that they almost want to leave Carson. So
okay,
the same call I see.
Yeah, definitely let us know. But if you want to go up one more slide, Kevin, back to the slurry seal slide. What we'll do is we will, so what is in yellow is what was done over the last 5 years. And then what is in the different colors, the green, the blue, and the red, is what is the blue is ongoing. The red is what is expected next year, and then the green is the year after. But this will all change now with the ARPA funds, and I'll come back at our next, opportunity, whether it's next month or the month after, once we figure all of this out in terms of the neighborhoods and where we can actually do the crack sealing and slurry seal.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
To the staff, to the city manager, how is it? Just one? Is it one team that's out there doing the slurry sealing, or is it 2 or 3?
Oh, we haven't gone out to bid. Usually, as I understand it, it would be per project. So in this particular case, each color is a different project. So that would be 3 different contractors.
Okay, because my recommendation would to have more than just one contractor based on the needs of the city. We need to have multiple contractors out there taking care of the entire city. And based upon what my colleague said, you got a street that hasn't been done since the person lived on the street. I'm sure that's not the only one. So it would behoove us to actually get more than just one contractor out to get these streets back like they were before.
Noted. Okay, thank you for the input.
So it's going out to bid. Give me an estimated time frame.
Well, didn't you just give me the money?
Spend it.
We'll definitely get back to you as soon as we can.
Please. Okay.
Yeah, so next slide. So this is an illustration. We are out to bid for grinding of concrete, which basically is focusing on the sidewalks. So I just wanted to let you know these are the places we've identified them, and we're going to be tackling them once we award the contract. So you'll see we'll be coming in the next month or so with an award to grind concrete sidewalks. Next slide.
Didn't we do a sidewalk assessment? Is this based on that?
Yes, and based on that sidewalk assessment, that's where we mapped the places, and that's where they will be going.
Eliza Jane, will you go back to the last concrete grinding, the shared screen?
Sure.
So these are sidewalks?
Yes.
Also concrete streets not included in this?
Not to my knowledge. My understanding is this is focused on sidewalks.
How about curbs and gutters?
Yes, this would include curbs and gutters. So.
Okay. This seems very evenly divided, while the slurry seal seems like District 4 is lacking attention, somewhat District 2 as well. So anyway, I know you have a rhyme and reason for doing it a certain way, but you still have the program that identifies the streets as, rated. They're rated or in categories, meaning the streets are in most desperate need and so forth. Do you have that, Eliza Jane?
We do, and
what was the name of that program?
It's the Pavement Management Plan.
Yeah, Pavement Management Program. Yeah.
Right. So we actually just received the draft, as I understand, last week. We're reviewing it. We're looking at. We've actually found some things that we need corrected, so we'll be sending that back to the consultant. And probably in the next month or so, we should have a presentation that we can provide. Statuses.
That makes sense. And to segue on something Councilman said, adding teams and so forth, adding contracts, it all costs money.
Right.
So I believe that we should also pursue more grants for infrastructure improvement. Just you and I talked about it already, but I think my colleagues should all be on the same page. We're stronger together if we get some grants for this type of work as well.
Well, that comes back to that $1.9 billion infrastructure grant, and we've been pursuing that. Hopefully we're going to be pursuing it. And I think the city manager is monitoring it to see when we can start applying. Is that right, David?
Yes, ma'am. We actually just had a conversation this afternoon, believe it or not, with our representative and our lobbyist from Jason Browdy. So he actually gave us an update and report, and it's been continuously networking, and is ready to pounce on this opportunity once it provides itself.
Well, we just want to make sure we have the right team in place so we can do the pouncing.
That's right. We're ready.
You have our blessings.
Right.
Next slide, please. So this one, I want to kind of give a shout out to our maintenance team who does the sidewalk repairs. What's in yellow is what they plan on removing and replacing and repairing sidewalks throughout the city. These are the ones that are really the worst. But because of the new equipment that has been provided, they're actually motivated to get quite a bit of this sidewalk done. So just wanted to let you know that this is our own labor and manpower who will be doing this work.
And tell them I said thank you, because I've watched them and I drive by where they're working. They're doing a fabulous job, because some of that, just tell them I said thank you.
I will.
I see them every day. Make it a point.
They'll be happy to know that. Great, thank you. Next slide. So this one I think we've looked at, but I did want to make sure that you knew that we are staying focused on this traffic signal activities. And as you can see, we'll have 5 completed in April and then 2 more in June. And I think it's just taken the department a little bit of time to get back on its feet. I don't know if I mentioned, but when I first joined a little over a year ago, there was only 1 engineer in the engineering department. Other people had left, people were out sick, and so we've been rebuilding. And I think we're getting a great team. And anyway, I just wanted to let you know that this has taken us a little bit of time to get back on our feet. We appreciate your patience.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
To the staff, I'm seeing Central and Diamondale and Tejada and Del Amo have an asterisk by it saying that supply chain issue with traffic signal poles. Will that be a delay in the construction ending?
Well, this was modified knowing that there were supply chain issues. So originally we thought we were going to get this done in May. And so I had our traffic engineer double check for this presentation, and he believes that June is the right date.
So the June is a new modified date for completion.
Correct.
What about then April of 22 for Broadway and Victoria? They don't have a supply chain issue. It's everything they need, these April dates?
My understanding is April date is solid.
Okay.
So that means the end of this month.
Mm-hmm. That means you have everything in place.
That's what I'm being told.
I shouldn't get another phone call.
I hope not.
Mayor Pro Tem, you shouldn't get that's your area, Broadway and Gardena?
Yeah, I mean, those areas are highly populated, and we would love if you can get us, I see this schedule, you can get us, some results in the schedule, we would love it. And people are just calling, and our city is looking, I'm dodging potholes. We shouldn't do that.
Right.
So please, and I know that, everybody's using the supply chain issue thing in any and everything, but somebody has to have some of those supplies, and we need them immediately in Carson.
It's like you're going to have them for 6 projects. April is coming. Is ending in 2 weeks.
So I'm looking for a signal light before we have Juneteenth.
Good luck.
I'm just Central and Diamondale.
We'll put that first.
Is it still supply, still shortage?
Next slide, please. So we've talked about grants, and what I want to give a shout out to our city engineer. He really has worked hard behind the scenes. This really hasn't been noted before, what he's been able to do in terms of getting funding for a lot of the projects that he actually does. And so the 2 main agencies that he's been working with is Caltrans and Metro. And this is a list of the different projects that we are working on. and that he has secured funding for. So if you actually look in the grant dollar column with the total combined, it's over $34 million that he has secured. And this is Gilbert Marquez. And Carson's matching funds is a little over $4 million. So, you know, he's just been doing a tremendous job, kind of under the radar, but a lot of our funds are being funded through his consistent work and connections that he's made over the years. So I just wanted to make sure that it was highlighted.
Well, thank you, because that's outstanding.
It is.
And that the traffic signalization, the synchronization, when will that start? Because that'll stop some of this traffic from bottlenecking in the city.
I don't know tonight when it's supposed to start, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, awesome.
Next slide. Just a couple more, I promise. I believe you guys have seen this table before with the number of trees in Carson. Next slide. It's over 18,000. Real brief, the tree trimming maintenance cycles, you know, we have looked, you know, what is needed based on the tree type. Next slide. We have looked at, with all the 18,000 trees, how many are in each district. And so there's a number for each, but we wanted to make sure that it was laid out in terms of,
wow.
Yeah, it's really, once you kind of see it this way, it's really interesting to see where those trees are in each of the different districts.
Everywhere.
Councilman D, you don't like trees? Is that 2960? Yeah, I was looking at District 2. It has a 2960.
Who doesn't like trees?
I was looking at your district. I was just being sarcastic. You had 2960. Everybody else had 4,000 or 5,000.
We love trees.
We'll have to plant you some more.
Good idea.
And we are going to go after some grants for trees, so we'll definitely.
Because, you know, we have a lot of tree wells in throughout the city that need trees.
Yes. And we are applying for at least one grant for trees, I think around 4,000.
Yeah, we have some residents who want their tree removed because they drop leaves. But, you know, we also have tree wells that are empty,
right,
that need to have trees planted. So.
Next slide, please.
Ongoing issue.
But, Eliza Jane, I want to also thank you because before you interceded, someone was going down because a resident wanted, or someone called about a tree and said they were going to cut the trees all down. And you interceded, said the trees, you couldn't save the tree. And you say, yes, you can. All you do is make a larger well here. But we would have been missing some of our older trees in the city had you not interceded. So I want to thank you. And the resident on this block, I forgot which one it was, plumbers, they wanted to let you know they appreciate it because their tree was, all the trees on their block was going to be cut down had you not interceded.
Oh, thank you. Good to hear. This particular slide, I called the super projects within the last year because these are things that literally came up within the last year that was on nobody's radar when I first started. The first one is Dominguez Channel, and most of these, just so you know, because staff, we didn't have the right staff, or just nobody was hired. I've been taking on most of these projects. So Dominguez Channel, Army Corps, and LA County Public Works, Lameda Railroad Crossing, working with the CPUC and the City of LA. Alameda Boulevard and SR 47 with Caltrans in the White House. Measure W, Watershed Management Group's new permit and reporting just came out. The LA Regional Water Quality Control Board permit, stormwater compliance inspections, Carriage Crest Stormwater Park project. There's a couple of change orders we'll be coming back to talk to you about. Metropolitan Water District's Regional Recycled Water Program, and then West Basin's Municipal Water District Recycled Water Backbone System. On that particular one, they just received from the Army Corps WRDA program. I think they were funded for almost $40 or $50 million. And I've been working with them to make sure that they include Carson in their backbone system. So I just wanted to let you know that in addition to all of the things that Public Works is doing in the engineering and maintenance side, there's a lot of external activities that are going on that we just have to stay on top of just to make sure that Carson is given its due share when all these, because a lot of these agencies are huge. And if we don't speak up, they'll just keep going.
Liza Jane, on the Measure W watershed management, we have a new staff person that's working on that, overseeing it.
We actually have put an offer for a new stormwater engineer. And so we are, my understanding as of today is he accepted. So I'm looking forward to, having him come on board.
It's my understanding we did not submit, we were going to get fined for not submitting our reports and things because, that's one of the things that was able to turn around. The regional board now considers Carson a poster child for excellence as it relates to doing our stormwater compliance inspections. Great. They actually have asked for us to do a presentation to them and to their engineers in terms of how we did it and the technology that we had developed for it, because they want to share that with other cities in terms of how inspectors go out, document the data, and have it go back. So it's actually kind of pretty exciting. So we were able to turn lemons into lemonade, I guess you could say. And it's a huge win for the city of Carson. Well, I bring that out because I wanted to remind to inform some of my colleagues that we were being penalized for not being in compliance. And with this new team that we're putting together, you've turned it around. Now you're the poster child. So that's a big switch, So I just want to say thank you because I know we were not in compliance.
Well, you guys supported us with the opportunity to get the consultant on board and to be able to develop that. So thanks. Next slide.
We had some staffing issues.
Yes, we did. That were causing us to be out of compliance.
I think my next one is the last slide. So a few of the immediate next steps is we will be finalizing and awarding the concrete grinding contract. We want to come back to you. We're going to be reviewing our tree maintenance trimming efforts and to see what we can get done in the next 6 to 12 months, preferably to see if we can get everything done. We also are going to be presenting our, what I'm putting in quotes, normal EV charging SCE program throughout the city. We have a drought tolerant plant palette for City Hall medians and right of way that we want to share. And we're looking at innovative technologies as well as streamlining our operations within Public Works. I think everybody is working incredibly hard. I want to make sure all of you understand how dedicated Public Works members are and staff and employees. And so they're really trying to make this department, a resilient one for the future and get everything done. Because everybody understands that there's been some delayed maintenance. And that ends my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Excellent. Any questions, comments from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman.
I'm just glad. Thank you, Elijah Jane, for that outstanding report and comprehensive and informative in regards to what your department is doing and have done. I'm glad to see two specific items that was in your report, one being the Edison EV chargers, because I just came back from Indian Wells at the Independent Contract Cities, and I met with the Edison representative. That's a program that they started, and they have a limited amount of EV chargers that they will pay for, and I'm so glad that we were in the forefront of receiving or being acknowledged to be receiving those EV chargers here in the city of Carson, because I was not knowing that we had even put in the grant for the actual EV chargers. The second one you talked about was the trees. And I just want to make sure if we cannot use one contractor, that we look at using multiple contractors, because one of my requests was to do all of the trees at the same time, because we've been doing the bifurcation of going to different sections within the city. I think if we do all the trees at once, then go into the actual graduated of getting the trees back onto the cycle, it would be a whole lot easier for us to maintain and manage, because deferred maintenance has been since 2008, and this is 2022. It's no way that you can come back up and just do a couple of trees every year and get big caught up again, because by the time you go back to the trees you did first, it's time to do it all over again. So thank you for that, and thank you for putting that into place.
Thank you.
Any other comments? MPT.
I was just going to say thank you, Eliza Jane, for, as Councilman Higgs said, for the comprehensive report, possibly because it has dates and outlines on it and a map. Maybe it could be uploaded to our website so we can kind of mitigate a few questions as we go through the community. We can refer them to the website and say, hey, it's going to be in this area, this area. Here's a timeline. There's a comprehensive report that's loaded online. Just a thought.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, I'm glad you did, because I heard a couple of comments. The Public Works Department is not doing this. Our Public Works Department is doing a phenomenal job. I've been here as an employee and on the city council, and these are the most thorough reports that we've received in both my tenure as a staff person and also as a council person. So you're doing a lot with less, and I just want to see what you're going to do when you're fully staffed, because I know you've been working around the clock. So I just want to thank you for this comprehensive, thorough report that gives us insight on what you and the Public Works and the Maintenance Division are doing. Even though we're lagging behind, I think at some point in time, once we get all these streets and our trees trimmed, we can celebrate Carson again without receiving all these complaints that we receive. And you've been just putting out fires and moving along, but you're doing some fantastic work, especially Gilbert, with getting this from these grants. That's awesome.
It is. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I want to also comment that, we've had, as you and I have talked about this, deferred maintenance for a number of years. And if you recall, one time Carson was known as a street with the cities with the best infrastructure as far as our streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks were concerned. We were the best in the South Bay, best in Southern LA County. And we need to get back to that, because our residents, our visitors deserve to have good condition public right-of-ways. No trip hazard, no potholes, no ugliness. That's the goal, to move Carson into that position that we actually once had at one time 15 years ago.
Especially in light of the Olympics coming in.
Right, that's a good point. Mm-hmm.
Madam.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yeah, yes, everything that all the council members said about Public Works. Yes, thank you, Elijah Jane. And I think we had a brief conversation when we talked about some of the projects. And one of the questions I asked was your staffing. So we need to jumpstart that. And I think with the help of our city manager, we can get that going, because that's what we need. We've got all these great ideas. We all have it. We've all heard it. But without the team and the staff, we can do it. We could do it better when you're at full force, full staff. So it will happen. So thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And the update. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments. This is probably just a receiving file also. We'll see you back next time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is consideration of an ordinance number 22060, amending section 2301, councilmatic salaries of Article 2, administration of the Carson Municipal Code, regarding the determination of council members' total wages, compensations, total retirement, and health contributions. City manager.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. So before you have the ordinance that has been provided, and I'm not sure if our City Attorney, Ms. Latani, is available. And if she is, she may want to help to discuss this particular item. If you had any questions in regards, Council, with this item, but this is in regards to an ordinance representing the determination of your potential total wage and compensation and retirement and health contribution.
Councilman Deere, could you make a motion?
No.
No?
I'll make it. I'd like to introduce the first reading by title only with further reading waived ordinance number 22060 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending section 2301 council-manager salaries of Article 2 administration of the Carson Municipal Code regarding the determination of council members' total wage compensation and total retirement and health contributions. You got a second?
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Luther was trying.
Luther.
Councilman Hicks was trying to second it, but he couldn't get off.
Okay, Councilman Hicks. Second. Any discussion? There's been a motion on the floor and there's a second. Discussion by my colleagues? None, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any noes?
No.
Did I hear from the councilwoman? Councilwoman?
You, Councilwoman.
Yes, I said aye. Yes.
Oh, aye. Okay. Okay. The motion passes. I'm going to abstain. Okay, our next item is item number, Madam Clerk, report out, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, for the last motion, it was 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Thank you. Consider an update and provide direction on the building and safety services operation provided by the Los Angeles County Department of Public Works. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Yes, this item is being provided to you as an update from our Director of Community Development, Mr. Saeed Nasay. And so at this time, Mr. Saeed, if you can say you would like to provide a quick update to the council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Manager. I have a short PowerPoint presentation that I'll go through. The purpose of this item is to examine the feasibility of providing building and safety services by city staff instead of Los Angeles County as we have it today. LA County has been providing the service to the city since incorporation in 1968. They provide plan check services, inspections, and they issue permits to contractors, all of which are required for construction and occupancy of structures in the city. On a daily basis, the Building and Safety Department is a very busy division, actually. They have 3 building techs that answer the phones. They also issue permits. On average, they handle each of them handle about 75 phone calls a day. And that's a total of 225 per day for the 3 techs. And it also translates into 1 call every 10 minutes for each building tech. They issue average of 40 permits a day. And when the city is fully open, right now they're by appointments only, they will serve about 40 customers per day. The inspectors, there are 3 of them. They have 12 different job sites per day. And for the 3 inspectors, that's a total of 36 different sites per day. And each site may have multiple inspections for the building structure, for the sewer system, for the mechanical, electrical, or plumbing. The current staffing of LA County is 9 full-time staff in City Hall. That includes the building official, who is also the office manager, 3 building techs, and 2 plan checker engineers. They review the structural and architectural plans, and 3 building inspectors. In addition to the staff that I just mentioned that are housed in City Hall, in other county offices, there are professional part-time staff that provide additional plan check services too. Those include electrical engineers, mechanical and plumbing engineers, geotechnical engineers, soils engineers, methane gas mitigation engineers, and drainage and grading engineers. So these 6 disciplines that I just mentioned, they are distinct people, not the same person knows all of these traits. Currently, the city pays the county approximately $1.8 million a year to provide the services that I just mentioned. We've done some estimating on how much it would cost for city to staff and replace the county services. With the equal number of staff, both the 9 full-time staff and 6 part-time staff members. Those are the specialties that I talked about, the engineers. And we estimate that, this is a rough estimate, about $2.1 million a year. That includes, that's fully loaded, both the numbers for the county and city staff.
2 point what? Where is that?
$2.1 million.
That's not on the screen, Saeed. I was trying to see it as well.
I think it's the previous page.
There it is.
2.1.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more if we bring our own?
Yes.
This is an estimate, of course, but yeah, there's a difference, 1.8 versus 2.1.
Madam Mayor.
Well, yes, Councilman.
A question to staff, based upon the 1.8 versus a 2.1, would that come by way of the benefits and the retirement package?
The 2.1 is fully loaded, so that includes all the benefits and all the benefits for city employees.
I mean, the difference between the county and what the county has, because they're county employees, not city employees. So we're in PERS, county is not.
Well, they have their own retirement system. I'm not very familiar with that, but I'm not sure if that's the difference or not.
The salaries wouldn't be different. Would it be higher salaries on our end?
Well, everybody has different salaries, right? Not all cities have the same salary structure. So it just depends. We have to do our own salary survey and establish a salary for these positions. And the 2.1 number may be right on, or maybe more or less. So this is a really rough estimate. I wouldn't hang my hat on the 2.1 versus 1.8. Later on, I'm going to recommend that we hire a consultant to kind of look into this, so the council knows exactly what it's going to cost the city to do this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
yes,
are we taking questions, or
we're taking questions.
Yes.
Okay. So you want to take them now, Saeed? Do you want to give your presentation?
Yes.
And yes, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is if I paraphrase your words, a very, very rough estimate. Meaning we don't really know how much it's going to cost. So I'm kind of surprised that you're coming up with a conclusion without knowing what the facts are. And when it says, could you switch it back to the screen before this one? Please. Yeah. When it's bullet number 2, in addition, the city would have to Oh no, bullet number 1. In order to provide the same services by city staff, the city would have to hire at least 9 full-time staff members. Well, I would paraphrase that to say, in order to provide the same services by city staff, the city would get to hire our own employees to do that type of work. We want more employees in the city. We want more opportunity for our employees. We want the city to control our destiny. And so there's intangible benefits that is not in your report about the city having its own, building and safety department. Most cities the size of Carson, we're a medium-sized city on California standard. Most cities our size have their own building and safety department. The only reason we don't is when the city incorporated in '68, we contracted out all kinds of things. And this was one of them. But for over 50 years, it's been that way. And it's about time that we grow up as a city. So that's my opinion. Take it for what it's worth on this idea, because we have businesses that are trying to open in Carson that can't open because they can't get their plans checked. Where the plans get checked, sent back, they fix what the plan checker wants fixed, and then it gets to the plan checker again, the process starts over, the time starts over, the clock starts over, and then something else is brought up to the business. Oh, wait, you got to change this too. And then it gets sent back. The people make the change that are trying to open a business. Plan check says, oh, now we got something else you need to fix. It's a heck of a way to run a railroad, if you ask me. So I think we ought to seriously consider this. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. I like the idea of us hiring a consultant and giving us the pros and the cons. How long would it take for us to get that consultant on board and to come back with a report? Because some people tell us we should have our own sheriff department. There are pros and cons against having our own sheriff. We don't have to incur any all of the loaded benefits. So I want to make a motion that we hire the consultant and come back so we can have the pros and cons and what it was actually cost, and it'll address some of your concerns, Councilman Deere. I think that'll be
okay. I'll second the motion.
Madam Mayor.
Discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think this is really more for the businesses that are out there. I mean, this came to light because a lot of the businesses were not being able to open up their business and get going because the permits, or they were in a plan checker.
Queue.
Right, yeah. And then, right. And we had no control of when that would be completed. So that's why we want our own building and safety within the city. So I think we're clear with that. We want to expedite the process for for the city of Carson. Saeed, I think, do we still have it on the screen? You talked about the difference 1.8 to 2.1 million. I mean, that is an estimate, and without the consultant, we don't really have those numbers yet. Can you tell me what we pay the county now?
Yes, $1.8 million a year.
Okay, so we're paying them $1.8 million now, but we're not really benefiting from, the city and our staff is not really benefiting from that. We're just kind of renting the county in layman's terms.
Yeah, they're
correct.
They are consultants.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So that was it, Mayor.
Yeah. So if we have a second, I think, and then we can lay it out and make a decision. I agree with the conversation. So that's my motion. Has been properly second. All in favor, could you signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay. Staff, please get a, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Will you unmute?
Yes. Aye.
Okay, and bring that report back to us ASAP so we can make a decision. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we'll definitely do that for you and the council.
Thank you.
Yes. Madam Mayor, I have to point out that in order to hire this consultant, you have to go through an RFP process. So that's going to take a while, but we will do that expeditiously.
Expeditiously, that's what we're requesting.
Well, we waited over 50 years already, so we want to do it right.
Another process won't kill us. Yeah,
we don't want to.
More than my lifetime
mistake.
Okay. Item number 30. What are we on? 36.
37.
37. Consider approval of amendment number 6 to an agreement with. Why was this on consent? I mean, the top. With this, okay. With Tyler Technologies Incorporated to provide the city online payment processing capabilities, integral services to allow the city to automate its operations and business license permitting, planning, code enforcement, and inspection. Mr. City Manager, on my cover sheet it says consent, so is this supposed to be consent or it's under discussion? So kind of still staff be mindful of that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We will definitely look at that. And so we have this evening for you, Madam Mayor and Council, a brief presentation by our Director of Finance, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, who's available here and will provide this to you briefly.
Thank you, City Manager. Kevin, if you could please take off this presentation from the Zoom so I can share my slides. Thank you so much.
You have a cold?
A little bit, Honorable Mayor.
Not COVID related, Madam Mayor.
No, it's not.
I'm at home.
The allergies. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Council members, today, as our City Manager mentioned, I'm only presenting the item, but there is a team that works through this process, and I want to present to you today. We have with us Karen Grosset, which is a Tyler Munis representative. I also have with us tonight Doc, our system analyst, as well as our IT manager, Kevin Kennedy. I also want to thank our assistant city attorney, Robert Lee, who is not able to join us tonight. They all worked behind the scene to bring this very significant and important amendment in front of you tonight. So basically, this amendment 6 will allow the city to finalize the full implementation of Tyler Munis, which is phase 3. As council remembers, the city approved the contract with Tyler Munis on November 28, 2016 for about $1 million. The contract is expected to expire November 28 of this year, and that's the reason we bring in this item in front of you tonight. But the city was really successfully able to implement phase 1, which is the financial suite, and that include purchasing, contracting, as well as invoicing, account payables, as well as budgeting models. In 2020, also the city was able to go live and implement the HR and the payroll suite, which allowed the city to be more of a digital payroll system. Amendment 6 tonight, and I will go briefly through these 5 major elements. One is Tyler SaaS, which is a software as a service. The city now will expand its city infrastructure. We will be using cloud computing. What that means is we'll be more secure as far as cybersecurity and also the data protection of the city's database. Carson Pace Upgrade Assistance will also have an inventory model. And one of the major components of Amendment 6 is InterGov, and that would allow the city to basically automate and improve our permitting system. It will improve our online services, and that include permit issuance, planning, business license. And also create a virtual permit center. And that's one of the things that we learned from the pandemic, when we were not able to provide these online services to our residents in the last 2.5 years, and we had to make appointments to come into the city to go through the process of paperwork. So Amendment 6 will allow the city to go into the digital arena, making sure that our residents have accessibility to the city's online systems, pay their permits and pay their business license online, and tighter payment. And that will also allow the city to accept online credit cards. The system right now, what we use for our permitted issuance, is basically the County of Los Angeles owned. This amendment would allow the city to own its permitting system. So most of the permit issuance transactions will go through the city, and the data will reside with the city, as well as the online payment. The revenue side of it will flow directly to the city's bank. Now, with the permit issuance mostly goes through the LA County, whether it's the business issuance as well as the revenue remittance. Why InterGov? We've done research and business analysis for quite a while, and InterGov is simply the most superior product of one of those applications that are really made and created to enhance public service. InterGov functionalities and features meet and also will exceed the current city's business process. As I mentioned, the Los Angeles County staff currently use InterGov. So the migration of the data as well as the integration of the online permitting system, we expect it to be smoother. And also, it is also the best in class in e-plan check, which means that businesses can submit their permits online. They can set up meetings and schedule their inspections online as well. And InterGov is recommended by one of the elite group in technology, which is Gartner's Group. InterGov mobile applications will allow staff to be efficient in the field as well as off the field. Will allow city work mobility. InterGov also provides online payment processing for permits and business license. We currently use HDL, and by the implementation of InterGov, we will be sunsetting that software as well. The city will be able to use $250,000 in grant money that community development staff were able to secure. And last but not least, as I mentioned, the application itself will allow the city to enhance all of the lessons we learned during the pandemic. That concludes my presentation, and myself and staff are available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Before we go on to hearing from our council, I'd like to make a motion to approve amendment number 6 to agreement 16006 between the City of Carson and Tyler Munis Technologies Incorporated to increase the contract sum by $2,106,596.36. Which okay. And authorize the mayor to execute the amendment following approval as formed by the city attorney. It's been approved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, I have discussion. I want to compliment our finance director. This is an example of bringing Carson into the 21st century, which is definitely needed. The residents and visitors and businesses in Carson deserve great service. In order for us to provide great service, we have to have the tools, we have to have the systems. And Tariq bringing this forward to us, I just want to compliment him on a great presentation and the great legwork that you and your staff did to make this happen. And I'm just looking forward to all of these improvements that are long overdue. And
thank you,
I'm for the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Madam Clerk, report out.
Mayor, the vote appears to be unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 38 is a consideration of local appointments to the city's commissions, committees, and boards, and our city council subcommittees, and our city affiliated organizations by the mayor and city council. Mr. City Manager, should I just jump right into what I normally do?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is your council's privilege, and so by all means, feel free. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Environmental Commission, Jawan Hilton.
I'm still searching. The only one that I have tonight is public safety.
Okay, I'm gonna march through Georgia, and mine, that's an alternate one. I won't do anything with that one. It's an alternate. The next one is Parks and Rec. I have a vacancy. I'll hold off on that. Planning Commission, I'm gonna move Fred Doxel to the vacant appointed position.
Madam Mayor, we're still within the time frame of the posting on that one.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yes, until April 14th.
Okay, we'll pass on that one then. Public Works, you said you had you don't have anything, Juwan?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Senior Citizen Advisory, nothing. Oh, yes, you do.
I already have somebody there, right?
No, you need to appoint. You wasn't in time.
Oh, Dr. Virgie Seymour.
Okay.
Doesn't that mean that she comes off of another commission she just went on 2 weeks ago?
Dr. Virgie Seymour is not on a commission.
We couldn't appoint her last time.
You never did because of the 10-day notice?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good. Well, she'll make a great commissioner. Just saw her the other day.
You said you had one for what commission, MPT?
For public safety?
Well,
yes.
You have Prentice.
Public safety?
Yeah.
I checked and they said I didn't have anyone for public safety.
Yes, you do. Probably
okay.
Public Works.
I'll come back.
Okay. And for let's see, we have vacancies on the Mobile Home Park Rental Review Board, Councilwoman at large. Is it we can't fill that one, Madam City Clerk?
It closes on April 6th, tomorrow, in fact.
So we can't appoint tonight?
Not tonight.
Well, what about my, that one's same thing for my at-large position?
No, yours was lifted on March 24th, so you are okay to appoint.
Okay, and also for the vacant, for both of them, the resident owner, because she resigned?
That one closes on April 18th.
Oh, can't appoint there either. Okay, so under the vacant at-large, I want to appoint Carrie Perez. Can I get a second?
I'll make a motion to approve the mayor's appointment.
Okay.
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Arlene, Councilwoman, General Plan Advisory. You have an appointment there.
Don't have one on that one.
Not yet?
Not yet.
All right. That's it for that. We're going now to item number 39. Second reading of ordinance number 222205, adding Chapter 2 Housing Crisis Act of 2019 and mobile homes to Article 10 of the Carson Municipal Code, declaring that certain mobile home parks are protected under SB 330. And I would like to make a motion that we...
Second.
Okay, it's done.
We got to move this meeting forward.
Yeah. All in favor?
You're getting late. Aye.
It's only 9:10.
It feels later.
We're in that hot office.
I know. I can see all that oil.
Madam City Clerk, report. All in favor signify by saying aye. You said aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Unanimous, okay.
Unanimous.
All right. Okay, memorial adjournments.
Okay, I have a lengthy list that I will read aloud.
Okay.
Barbara Morrison, Lionel Cook, Loyman Juan Batiste Sr., Armelia Ann Griffin.
I think Loyman is a junior.
Okay, I'll make the change.
Okay.
Armelia Ann Griffin, Siasi Loli Pinamina, Aussie Lee Sylvester, Thong Tik Lee, Albert Irby Jr., George K. Siglar Jr., Dorothy Patterson, Morton Mort Holtzman, Tina Armstrong, Ollie Milton Owens, Sawatua Toga Esoroma.
Thank you. Where's our Emeritus Pro Tem Bishop?
Right here.
Few words of comfort to the family.
Father, you know all and you see all. I pray that you bless these families, help them through this circumstance, and we pray that you won't leave them comfortless. In Jesus' name, amen.
And I forgot to ask if we have any other, council members, did you have any more to add, or is that it? Is that list complete?
I would like to add Booker Turner. Booker T. Turner. He's the father of Ronnie Turner. We all know Ronnie Turner from KGLH. And I funeralized his father this morning. He was a NCAA basketball coach. He was a legend. So many people was there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All communications for matters not listed on the agenda, Madam City Clerk.
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Council members' request to add future items to the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I have one, and that is to research the HERO program and see what other cities did to bring reprieve to their constituents and community.
Okay, that's going to take more than a 2-week process. So
that's fine. I just want to put it in the air.
It'll be on a future agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to add an item to the next council agenda to bring back a new resolution to also give premium pay to all employees who work here in the city of Carson during the pandemic, and they retired from the city of Carson in the past 4.5 months. I was going to say 4 months, but it puts it off 2 more weeks. So let's make it 5 months.
Okay, we'll have staff investigate if we pass our deadline on that, and if so, we'll do that.
Okay, that's a good idea.
I just want to make sure it's appropriate. I don't know if it is or not.
Well, the staff will let us know.
Yes. Announcements. Let's see.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just had one. One was dealing with our cameras. I think it was requested before to find out where we are with our cameras in our city. If there's a report to bring back through our sheriff's department or public safety, or where we are with cameras in our major arteries of our city.
And that's something the Carson Sheriff Station doing. So, City Manager, could we get with our captain to see where we are on that? And also on the substation. I mean, this has been going on forever at the University Plaza. So we can get some kind of update, some kind of direction, a recommended something, because we've been talking about this for a year also. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't know. I know that we may not have a person in place, but where are we at with our emergency preparedness plan? One of the key components, with your leadership as a mayor, we've had several disasters, and where we are at with our plan of action in that process.
Councilman Hicks, you didn't mean to say with your leadership we've had several disasters. It just didn't sound right. No, that's not what he meant.
I know that's not what he meant.
You have
but,
to switch the words around.
Right.
We've been faced with many.
Yes.
That's not even correct. During my administration, okay. The last 15 months, the city has been
Maybe
faced.
a little Freudian slip on his part. Right?
I'm a disaster now. Okay. Okay. So.
That's because you call him. You called the Cedric Hicks a thorn.
Sure.
Remember? Just kidding.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if we may, we can actually give a quick update to Councilmember Hicks' inquiry regarding the emergency preparedness plan.
That'll be fine. Well, we'd all like to know. So just
sure, Mr. Lennox, you want to just provide that real quick?
Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Hicks, thanks for the question. We are wrapping up recruitment for the emergency services manager role. We should have, we hope, good news in the next week or two about a candidate selection. Additionally, we do have a couple of proposals in to draft additional plans as you've requested, as the council's requested, and we'll be back to council with something for adoption very, very soon.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councilman?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure,
Didn't fall off the radar.
It didn't fall off the radar. And I mean, we discussed it. There's been a lot that has happened. And just wanted to make sure that we are prepared as a council for anything that may come in the future.
Okay. Very good.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I do have one other item. I want to make it clear to the public that we, in approving item number 39 tonight, which is the second reading of ordinance number 22-2205, that helps protect all affordable housing throughout the city, including mobile home parks.
Yes.
But of course, it's not the mobile home park zoning ordinance that I've been advocating for a long time. And I would like to see that ordinance on the next council agenda. Okay.
I think I have to talk to staff about that because they're working on something. We've been waiting for it, so.
Yeah, I understand.
Ready to go. It is something.
Okay, and then the other one is the one I brought up before, and that is to amend our agenda ordinance to allow for a majority of the city council members to vote to put something on the agenda of the city council. Right now, it requires 4 instead of just a majority of 3. Thank you.
Heard you for 6 months now.
Well, you're going to hear me for 6 more if you don't put it on.
Well,
where's the sign? Where's the sign?
I'm trying to find it. Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm trying to find it.
I just want to see the sign.
You're encouraging.
No, oh my goodness. There it is.
Just for you.
I can't believe she kept it.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, there was one out. It came about by way of the presentation from Public Works and the report, I think, in the beginning of the meeting. It talked about a facade improvement, and it was not brought forward because of lack of funding. And so wanted to determine how can we look at getting it back on the agenda for us to look at and to fund a business facade program.
In the budget. That's got to be a part of the budget as a council request.
We have budget workshop coming up. Is it the next meeting?
Is it?
Yes, that's correct, sir. The 19th will be budget workshop number 2.
Could you add that into the budget as councilman's request?
We will incorporate that as the request, yes.
As a request? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Maybe on the next agenda, or it could even be a special, to discuss maybe raising the reward for Donovan Beezer's son, and an update on that.
We can Mr. City Manager, add an item to raise to 100,000. Is that good?
Thank you. And Mr. Beezer is back at work, and that very, very touched, very happy that he was able to do that. And we are all, gathering around him and really giving him some strength. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Any more announcements?
Yeah, this coming Saturday at Anderson Park, 12 noon, Earth Day. Come out, get information about composting, mulching, electric vehicles. I think we have 3 of the local car dealerships that have confirmed to be there with their Eevee cars. So come out and learn about how you can save Mother Earth. That's the title of the event. It's called Saving Mother Earth.
Thank you. And
I have a question for that. Maybe Councilman knows the answer. Earth Day is April 22nd nationally. Why wasn't closer to April 22nd? Was the park occupied with another event that weekend or something?
That's the date I was given to me by the staff.
I see. Okay, thank you.
MPT.
Also wanted to add that Cal State Dominguez Hills is having a jazz festival, the Dimely Institute, and it will be on April 30th, and all the proceeds that are raised are going to this think tank and also going to Dimely Fellows. So I want to encourage all of our residents. This is the precursor to the mayor's big party, her jazz festival. I want to encourage everybody to make sure you log on. Come April 30th. It's going to be at the Dignity Health Sports Park, and it's going to be a real good time. Tickets are on sale now, and the tickets benefit students, scholarships, and all of those things. And they have a great lineup. So I want to encourage you to see if you can grab some tickets. Outside is opening up. We are at the endemic, hopefully. That's my hope, so we can see each other again. So I know we have been in a global pandemic for the last 2 years, but I'm saying that we're in the endemic, and I'm excited. And happy Easter, everyone, and to those who celebrate Good Friday and Resurrection, happy all of those holidays to you as well.
And I want to ditto that. To the city manager, I want you to convey to your staff what an awesome day we had at the what is that? The
volunteer
banquet, and it was autism. What is it? I'm asleep, you guys.
Autism walk.
Yeah, the
autism 5K walk. It was amazing.
It was
Autism
awesome.
Awareness.
Yes, they did an amazing job. That event has grown, and I am it was pleased. So please send them a note from the city council saying we appreciate all their hard work. We know that it's a labor of love, and we have so many special events, and they just been rising to the occasion. But the Nate Riddick Volunteer Banquet was very well. I had a nice time there.
Yes, ma'am, we definitely do. And I'll say publicly as well with Mr. Michael Whitaker here, our new Director of Community Services. Him and his team always comes to provide success, excellence, and quality for the events for the city. And so just definitely appreciative of him and the staff. And so we'll make sure we send a well-received and thank you note from you and the council.
Put it on the back of their check stubs.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
If you can. So if there are no other further comments or discussion.
I've got one other comment. I also attended the 5K walk, and I actually did the entire 5K. I think I was the only elected official who did it, but next time I'm going to get you guys to come with me. But my legs are a little.
Jimmy D, I walked around with you. Come on now. Like, come on. Don't say you're the only one who walked. I walked with you.
5K.
Oh, yeah, I didn't do 5. I'm telling you, I didn't do 5.
That's what I just said.
Well, point out I walked with you, okay?
You got to listen to all the words of a sentence to know what the sentence means.
Cedric and I virtually walked it.
Yes. We were
from Palm Springs.
But it was a great
All
event. And the volunteer banquet was wonderful as well. Showing appreciation where appreciation is due, I think is really appropriate. We're coming back to live events, and people are really anxious. I know I'm teaching school part-time now, and the kids had a whole year of being, at home on a virtual classroom, and they are really, some of them are hyper, some of them kind of lost the ability to be socializing properly. And so the teachers are putting up with that right now and trying to retrain the students to keep their hands to themselves and behave and to be nice to each other. So it just, the point is that this pandemic had a lot of detrimental effects on our educational system. Not only did some kids lose a year, but also all the kids lost the socialization, which is important for them to be with children their own age.
You're not staying here till 10 o'clock.
It's not 10 o'clock.
We want to be finished at 9:30.
It's 11 o'clock.
9:30.
Oh, you want to finish at 9:30? Okay.
Before 9:30.
We got 5 more minutes.
No.
That's
My turn.
Okay,
Get your sign. Get the sign. Oh, here's my sign.
What is it going to say? Put it up.
9:30.
9:25.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
keeping
you, Jim,
for listening as long as you could, because attention span is important when you're a council member.
Oh, so
I guess I
without
reached
any.
the limit.
Thank you to all the educators for your hard work.
Oh, happy Easter to City of Carson.
Happy Easter.
Yes.
And happy Easter to everyone. Absolutely.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.